Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę.
Streets feel alive. We're mixed with life. Goes down, blown down, and life shines bright. Going fast like a blast on a train, on a boat, on a plane. So good to feel the rush again, and it's never coming down. We're invincible. You and I can, we take a spin down the highway, never let go. So we drive to the show and we shout, we don't know how it goes. So good to feel the rush again, and it's never coming down. We're invincible.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Well, good morning. My name is Maciej Nowak, and this is my pleasure to chair this session, which is devoted to real and virtual reality and artificial intelligence. This topic it raises a lot of emotions, the whole spectrum, array of issues related to artificial intelligence, starts with philosophy and ends with B-class films. And we have great speakers today. They will tell us more about these topics. The first speaker is Professor Krzysztof Cios. Professor Krzysztof Cios, Virginia Commonwealth University, Richmond. Sir, over to you. Great, thank you. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be present at this absolutely great jubilee of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. So I'll present a view on the artificial intelligence from a bird eye view, and this is the outline of my seminar. Let me start with a question whether there is an artificial intelligence as such. So I'll be saying AI. Well, it's just the first letters because it's easier to say. As simple as that. So to answer the question whether there is artificial intelligence at all, let us look at the definition. So AI, comparable to human intelligence with our cognitive abilities, it's called general AI, and the AI with certain elements of human intelligence, for example, the ability to adapt, is called broad AI, and now it is the target of very intensive research. So it is research intensively. And what is interesting, when the mass media mention AI, they basically mean this narrow AI, which is machine learning, deep machine learning, ML. MAI has reached excellent results, mainly in two areas important for the overall concept, which is using language, which is speech, and these were very difficult for the computer. And the second role is recognition of images and signals. And now the question is, why is AI reporting such great performance in these areas? And there are three reasons for it. So first, massive data, such as millions of images of skin and a diagnosis corresponding to each image, such as that type of carcinoma. And the second concept is that new algorithms, such as deep neural network with dozens of hidden layers. So then, with all the data, with all the algorithms, we can teach the network dependencies, interdependencies, and functions between inlets and outlets, feeding and fed out models, which then can be used for diagnosing skin cancer. And thirdly, the fast computers of huge power. Unfortunately, they use massive amounts of energy, so therefore these advantages are dearly paid for. An average user doesn't have an access to such calculative capacity, calculative power, but benefits from AI in two ways. First, as I said, it's using the AI programs such as those that I mentioned. And the second, we have the so-called learning transfer. And the learning transfer, we use it when we have relatively few data for to feed into the AI program. So that network, ResNet-50, was taught on the ImageNet with over 14 million images to recognize thousands of different objects. An average user would not even dream about repeating such learning, but an average learner may already use ResNet-50 to recognize own images, learning that network, ResNet-50, on this limited amount of own images. And we use that to recognize areas with carcinoma cells in imaging of in liver imaging. So we had data of 37 patients, including 27 patients, non-carcinoma patients and non-oncological patients, and 55,000 of plasters with cancer. And we used that for learning ResNet-50. And this one pathological image of a liver is huge, of 1 gigabyte. So therefore, what we do, we split it into smaller images, what we call plasters, of 224 by 224 pixels. And with that, we had 55,000 of oncological plasters with oncological cells. And then we also had 73,000 of plasters with. So then we had imaging of our results, creating the so-called thermal map. And what you can see on the right-hand side in red, this is where the program detected area with carcinoma cells. And on the left, you have this area lined out by a pathologist, delineated by the pathologist with and in 2018 the FDA approved the first AI program for diagnostic diabetic retinopathy on the basis of eye imaging made with a digital camera. This program diagnoses that advanced retinopathy was detected, and then the patient is referred to an ophthalmologist, or non-detected to be repeated in 12 months. And the accuracy level is 88%, which might not be the best, but it's above the performance of an average ophthalmologist, because this digital camera's resolution is more accurate than the accuracy of human eye. And since then, since 2018, FDA approved more than a dozen other AI programs for medical diagnostics. So these are benefits or advantages. Now, disadvantages or weaknesses. It is very easy to generate hundreds of millions of data to multiply figures, divide, adding, deducting cannot be used on AI. So AI cannot learn how to multiply numbers, while small children can do it easily and fast. But so far, we haven't created an AI with the ability to think in abstract terms. So the deep neural network has been taught on the images of this left column to recognize a school bus. Here is, I think, an ostrich and a pyramid. And the investigators from Google, what they did, they added some background noise to these images, is in the right column. And after adding that background noise, you can see it on the right-hand side. These images are identical as in the left column for a human eye, to a human eye. And then this network was tested on the images on the right-hand side, and to ensure 100% recognition. So this is what we've used for testing. What we've used for learning and for studying. But unfortunately, the school bus, the ostrich, the pyramid, and they have been recognized with high accuracy as an ostrich. So the artificial intelligence is unable to do it. So since then, we've generated much better algorithms, but some companies, they've been using artificial intelligence to for recognition of employees' faces, to allow them to authorize their entry. But in the same way, the camera may also at some point allow a third party, an unauthorized third party. So this automation propelled by artificial intelligence replaces work of thousands of people to an increasing degree. In the US, we have a number of professions such as accountants, payroll people, those who settle taxes, about 250,000 in USA, and their work is becoming automated. And then AI has a huge impact on the army, well, military industry, and other sectors in universities. So why is there a question mark to the advantages here? These are advantages. They cause huge social changes. States like California, Vermont, and I think Sweden in Europe, they pay $1,000 or euro to people per month. And what is the message they give? What you can do is useless. No one needs that. But well, don't worry because you'll be rewarded. Well, the military people, I think it's obvious. We're like spread out on a couch and we're just sending drones, and perhaps that drone will kill someone or perhaps not. A lot is being said about the prejudices in the artificial intelligence. People are rejected for loans. They go to prisons. They're rejected when applying for visas because of some wrong decisions made by AI programs. And we're constantly followed by the artificial intelligence, and this very precise information about us is used both for good purposes, like, for example, to suggest a film to watch, and for wrong purposes, that we are sick with something, we suffer with something, and we may, for example, lose our jobs because employers may want to use the information. And the question is how to prevent. So there are two ways to prevent wrong decisions made by the AI. First, and largely, by the AI learning on a huge amount of data, because it is almost always that the prejudices of AI result from the data which is used for AI feeding in the first place. But secondly, that will never replace this first concept. We need to explain why a decision has been made. So explainable NI. Then the EU, the European Union, is the first to introduce a directive of AI liability, which decides when and how the AI software, AI programs can be used. But it's more difficult to prevent selling information about us. The European law about the data collected about our citizens, it already applies. In the USA, there is this federal law protecting patients' data and the California law about personal data. But these laws are quite narrow, and typically the most information about us is easily available and sold. Those who sell the information about us, they usually do not cheat. They do not pretend that they are someone else. They just sell the information. And those who buy, they basically are involved in that criminal process. So that's the work division. And AI encounters some technological difficulties. Even the technological giants are unable to continue with the AI based on the brutal force used for AI program learning. So we have some data. We need to feed them into AI so it can learn. And this brutal force uses much more energy, and globally that represents about 2% of heat which is produced, and that affects the climate warming. Let's not forget the AI is successful largely because of algorithms and their implementation on traditional computers. And at this point in time, the key issue with the AI is that it attempts at imitating the results of processing the information in human brain instead of using the same mechanisms which are used in human brain. That can be compared to aircrafts. Well, they fly and so do birds, but aircrafts use millions times more energy, consume much more energy. So at present, it is believed that to improve AI, we need to model AI on a human brain to achieve this broad or even general AI, and the national and the NSF in the US is now investing a lot in such research. But the pre-requirement is that there are at least 3 investigators needed, of whom one must be a neurobiologist. So if we are to follow the model of human brain, a human brain has about 100 billion of neurons and 100 billion of synapses, and uses about 20 watts of energy. A traditional computer with a similar number of elements would need about 10 megawatts. Human brain works in a very different way from traditional computers. Also, because there is this division of processors and memory, and they are integrated in a human brain. So therefore, we would need a new type of a computer for the AI to learn on them. So we need a neuromorphic computer which does not have separate memory and calculative power, and which can simulate a human brain in the sense of consuming little energy and would need a smaller number of examples and not millions of examples to learn, and a fast learner, and not weeks on hundreds of computers that consume a lot of energy. For a few years now, in Colorado, in the summer, people from all over the world meet. They are experts in neuromorphic calculations and computers, and this is where I met Gert Kovenberg from San Diego, California University. He has built this neuromorphic system called Neurodent. It's on the left on the slide. It consists of 4 models. Hodgkin-Huxley models, neurons. So these systems could be put together to form larger systems of 4, of 8, etc. And we use that Neurodyne to simulate the speed of aplysia neuron, or 15 aplysia neuron. Just look at this blue graph, blue line. So when stimulated, that neuron generates a number of these blue signals. And typically, nothing happens afterwards. So the neuron, which has been stimulated, generates the series of these signals, and then it's quiet. But the aplysia, and let us follow this blue curve, it generates the signals, there's nothing, and generates, and nothing, and generates, and it's quiet. So it wasn't easy to come up with a simulation with the Neurodyne, but we have come up with this method. Paolo Cacci, he's my doctoral student. So that was just an academic fun. Intel and IBM, they have built neuromorphic computers made of millions of neurons. Intel has already produced Loihi 2 second generation computers. These computers are not for sale right now, although state labs in the US federal labs have been using them, and investigators, researchers can also access them. and we've also tried to use that. This slide may look complicated, but what's important here? Let us look at the input here. So let's say that we want to teach this network to recognize faces of all members of the Academy who are present here in this room with us. Okay, so we have this input, and this is human face. Let's say it's my face. We don't see that face, but it is presented in a different way. These dots, these are these signals on the x-axis. We have the time, and each face can be easily transformed into such representation. There are special digital cameras for it, or we can do it ourselves. And now, this one task that we'll have for this network is to recognize our face. And then the second task would be that we want to recognize blue and brown eyes and distinguish between these people. So this is this task classifier. So we can do it by neuromodulation. So this is what is done by our brain. So therefore, we change dynamic properties of that neuron by changing the threshold at which that neuron generates the output signal. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo proszę o zadawanie pytań. Bardzo proszę o zadawanie pytań.
Okay.
Bardzo proszę.
Panie profesorze, ja się spóźniłem.
Professor, I was a few minutes late for your lecture, but I consider your lecture very interesting and scary and full of mystery. And indeed, the question is,
Pierwsze,
my first question is,
czy jesteśmy w stanie w ramach obecnych badań odtworzyć
can we
rzeczywiście
truly
struktury
reproduce
tego mózgu
the structures of our brain given the current state of affairs in science?
w bardzo intensywnej i
Human brain
subtelnie składowej
has underwent this very subtle but intensive revolution throughout its development. So this is my first question.
nie wiem, czy jest właściwie sformułowane, bo nie jestem biologiem.
I'm not a biologist, so I'm not sure whether my question is the right one. But my second question is as follows. Well, this is generally general philosophical question.
To jest problem tego, co pan profesor powiedział tutaj.
It is what you've just said, Professor.
Tradycyjne i aktualne pojęcia wolności.
So about this traditional and very,
Problem nasuwa się
very current problem of
czasowym.
freedom,
Jeśli będziemy wolni,
because it's important whether we can be free in the overall
niewoleni.
general understanding of the word, or whether we'll be enslaved in a way. So I'm not sure whether you understood my intention, whether my question was precise. Thank you. So answering your first question, can we fully simulate human brain?
Są podejmowane zarówno w Europie, jak i w
Such
Stanach Zjednoczonych,
projects are
Szwajcarii.
taken up both in Europe and in Switzerland. There was a center managed by a scientist who moved there from the US with a lot of money has been invested into that.
Z tego co wiem,
And as far as I know,
zostało zatrzymane.
that's been stopped.
W mózgu mamy tylko 52
We have only 52
bardzo dokładnie
types of different neurons, and he analyzed and described these neurons in details, and he calculated that, and he believed that he could simulate human brain with that, but he failed, and I think it will take a bit of time before he does. And in the USA, as I mentioned, the NSF has been investing heavily into that. So at some point in time, we'll be getting there, but with small steps. Your second question, well, I'm a bit pessimistic because I think that our freedom is being restricted. These are the algorithms that decide what information we can read and what we can watch, what is allowed and what is not allowed. And the decisions are made by these giants that build the algorithms. So basically, they have this global impact on the flow of information because they can say, well, this should be blocked, this should be disclosed, etc. So there are advantages and disadvantages, but certainly my opinion is that our freedom is being limited to some extent. We have another question. Elżbieta Kuta, that's my name. When I listened to you, Professor, I was wondering, I heard what Professor Weiner said yesterday at the end of his lecture. He said that the humankind was not threatened with extinction. Do you think, Professor, that nowadays, and I think this new era, the era of AI, is only about to start, do you think that humankind is not threatened? Because if this machine at some point will be as capable as human brain, so who would need the man? Who would need the human being? I don't see any threats to human beings right now, because before the machines, before the AI build this general AI, I think it will take about 30 or perhaps 60 years, which is 1 or 2 generations of humans. And whether we get there, whether we reach that point, I'm not so sure about that. One more question. Marlena Pacyna. I'm from the legal committee of this Academy of Arts and Sciences, and I'm a lawyer. And my question is about legal aspects of that. Perhaps it is so. Perhaps in the remote future, or should be concerned that in fact, through artificial intelligence and its capacities in the future, whether that could be the end of lawyers, in particular in the US. So do you think that it is possible in the remote future, it is possible to teach this artificial intelligence that it could, for example, offer creative interpretation? Is it even assumed to offer interpretation of some general clauses which actually represent the essence of a judge's profession, of a profession of a judge, like ethical issues or the principle of fairness? I don't think that the artificial intelligence will have any creative capacities. As for replacing lawyers, well, it is happening right now. There are AI programs, software to read all materials before trials. You're a lawyer, so actually, to tell the truth, not many lawyers read everything. They have paralegals, they have junior lawyers who help them doing that. So this artificial intelligence doesn't reason, doesn't come up with conclusions, but they simply remember it simply remembers every single detail. So nowadays,
Wymyślamy jakieś nowe,
it's impossible to
sprawne
write it again. So we come up with new algorithms which are quite smart. But these giants,
software packages. Takie
they've built such software packages
wszystko można zrobić naciskając tylko guzik.
where everything can be done by clicking, by pressing a button without any understanding of decision making trees, of neural network, etc., etc. And all that can be accessed just by one click. But people
Te wyniki
do not know that these results can be redundant or limited. But me or my students were unable to write better programs. So everyone now has been using the programs written by Google, by Microsoft. They are excellent. They are. So IT people, ourselves, IT people, are being eliminated by programs because we have such great programs that they eliminate us. Well, it would be great if people could understand it, but that's too much to ask. Thank you.
Poprosić następnego.
So now it's time for the next speaker. It will be Professor Krzysztof Dix from the University of Warsaw, and the title of his presentation will be Why We Need Algorithms. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. I'll try to explain to you what this monstrous creature is, the algorithm. Should we fear it? I've been listening to your discussion. I wanted to say that Professor has said that these companies have produced algorithms and now we use them. No, it was not the companies, it was us who designed algorithms. We people designed the algorithms. So artificial intelligence that we are discussing would not exist without people. Let us not be scared. As long as we have digital computers, the model of digital computing, artificial intelligence, will not replace a real intelligence. It is basically the main message of my lecture. There was a question from lawyers. Artificial intelligence may help a lawyer, may provide the lawyer some material to make the foundation for making a decision. It may provide an interpretation, but at the end of the day, it is the lawyer who will make the decision, who will be responsible for this decision. Professor Chos is an expert on processing images. I remember an article on American radiologists. Images processing is the best developed part of AI. Face recognition is done in a split second. So there was an example of recognizing cancer. AI does it in a perfect way. But would we decide that that's the diagnosis, we receive the image, and the computer says, you have cancer? I think we will still need a responsible person behind that who will confirm that, because we will believe the doctor more. And I want to say something positive about AI. With radiologists, there was a question whether AI will replace radiologists. No, it will not. But competitive advantage will belong to the radiologists who will use AI. So they will use machine learning programs in their work, and then they will interpret the results. So let us not be afraid. I want to talk about the significance of algorithms during my presentation. In the first slide of my presentation, you can see the facade of the University Library of the University of Warsaw, and there are 8 plaques which have inscriptions about diversity and civilization, and basically about links of civilization with Greek and Roman roots, but one of the plaques focuses on sciences, natural sciences. I hope I will be able to use it. I'm an IT guy, so I should be able to do that. On one of the plaques, you have a computer program. It is appreciation of IT significance in development of the modern civilization, because basically these plaques are about the roots of the modern civilization. You will see very soon that algorithms go back to the times before our era, but the sources of our civilization go back to various sources. So algorithms are also parts of our heritage. Not everyone here is an IT expert. Sometimes, or some of you represent humanities. What is a notation of an algorithm? I will show you quite a precise definition, but a description of a set of procedures that we may use to do certain things automatically. What do we need to do that? To do things automatically without thinking about that, we need to understand what is written here. And if there are activities to be performed, we need to know how to perform them.
Przyjrzymy temu tutaj programowi, to ja Państwu przeczytam, co tu jest napisane. De facto tutaj mówi tak, weźmy pewną wartość, pewną liczbę całkowitą.
Let us take a number, write it down, and repeat the following thing. So, if it is an even number, let's divide it by 2. If it is not an even number, let's multiply it by 3 plus 1. If we make this pact here, every one of you can do this. Everyone here can do this. I don't want to say you are not thinking, but you cannot, you can do it without thinking. It is just a computer, it is just a mindless machine, just following the recipe in a way, following a description. But we want a computer to do the things that we tell it to do, so that this recipe gives us a desired result at the end of the day. So we have some questions before we start using this program. So what does the program do? What did it appear? Why is it on the facade of the library at the University of Warsaw? It is a word of respect, token of respect to IT experts. On the other hand, it is an open issue, because we are asking whether in this notation, whether we will have 1 at the end of this notation. And we don't know the answer to that. It may be a math question, but we may ask this question to AI. You get a program, tell me something about that. No, AI will not help us here. But there is one more thing which is important about computer programs, what they do. Designing computer programs, we have to be very cautious and careful. One of the things that we cannot say about the program, or maybe we can, but whether the program will ever stop. Maybe it will go on days on end. It is our hope that we will use AI, will give the program to AI, the computer will process that and will give us answers. It turns out that it is not really true, and we have digital computers that we're using nowadays. Simple, natural questions about algorithms, programs, cannot be answered, cannot be solved. So when we have this problem, Collat's problem, still we have answers in our minds, not in the mind of an artificial intelligence. As I've said, I'm not going to discuss it because I know my time is limited here, but it is a definite description with a list of procedures. It is like a recipe that can be performed automatically. I told you that on a facade there are references to sources of civilizations, but algorithms appeared before our times. Euclides, 2 positive numbers, and it is the algorithm which is actually taught in primary school. It is about divisor and total numbers. That is why we have references to the future, but I'm not going to focus that much on that. But if we design algorithms, because we want to have the results for the data, so we as creators, we, not AI, we need to know that the algorithm is correct. We need to justify its correctness. But on the other hand, we want to happen automatically. Now it is happening via computers. Computers are very fast nowadays. But we would like to know whether by launching an algorithm on the computer, we are fast enough in getting the results. If you ask a question, you have an inquiry in the Google browser, what films can I see, can I watch in the cinemas in Kraków? If you had to wait for the answer for 2 days, you would never use it. You need immediate answers. You need solutions to your problems, and you need it fast. To physicists, immediately may mean 1 year, or immediately may mean for them within 4 years. But as a rule, complexity or computing complexity of an algorithm should provide us with an answer in a satisfying time frame, so very fast, preferably. We have two characteristics of algorithm, so correctness and computing complexity. So we want it to be correct, and then we want to make it fast. We want it to use fewer resources, and Professor has said another important thing. It is also part of algorithmic research that energy will become such a resource, or it is becoming our resource, our environment, because the fastest computers, or the faster computer, using more memory, the more energy they have to use. So we destroy our own environment. There is a section of algorithms that we want to design energy-saving algorithms or energy-efficient algorithms. But we can be more precise about correctness. Data, results, as expected. In life, it is always more complex. Data, satisfaction of the user. Sometimes the user is not interested in the precise result, but in their satisfaction. If there is an inquiry into Google, what answer are you expecting? The precise answer. That's very difficult. What kind of answer are you expecting? I want to be satisfied with the results. And the same question may give different answers to different people. So that's another aspect that needs to be taken into account. A little bit about significance of algorithms. An eminent Israeli IT expert said algorithmics is more than just a section of IT sciences. It is everywhere. I guess that throughout the conference you hear about algorithms everywhere. When you use computers, it doesn't operate without algorithms. So everyone here uses algorithms if you use computers. One more book that I need to mention here, it is by David Knut from 1960s. I emphasize the word art here in this slide. It is the art of computer programming. It is the art of harnessing this digital device. So we want to make it do what we want it to do. But on the other hand, like everywhere, like in maths, mathematicians believe that a beautiful theorem is an art. And for me, a beautiful algorithm is an art. So designing algorithm is not just commercial. It is simply beautiful. Knut said something else, and I fully agree with him. To be able to solve solutions of problems in such a simple way that a computer user can understand them, so it is very important, because these machines do not follow common sense. They do what they are told to do. So that's also my message. That's a very brief history. If we want to go to the times before our times, Euclides' algorithm and the creator of solving linear and quadratic equations, it was the 9th century Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, and algorithm was the word derived from his name. And then 1845 was the first precise analysis of computing complexity of algorithm. So you were wondering how fast it was operating, how many arithmetic operations can be performed. And Lame proved that it will be proportional to the notation of numbers. So if you have a number with 10,000 digits, it is a huge value, unimaginable actually. But in order to calculate the biggest divisor, it is enough to have 10,000 operations, so it is happening really fast. So it is an example of a fast algorithm, but actually a huge step. And I want to focus on that. Well, because I'm saying all the time that we are not threatened by AI, so a huge step was taken by Turing, who was most precise about the notion of algorithm. It was expressed formally by something which was called Turing's machine. It is a very simple machine. You have one strand, 0 ones, and the machine does something like that. Reads out a symbol, may write it down 0 instead of 1, or remain with 1, and move on to the left or to the right. And this finite control, it may just move on. And what happens here? What we can calculate, or let me rephrase it perhaps. What we cannot calculate on Turing's machine cannot be calculated anywhere on any modern computer. It means that our computers, if we don't change a computing model, because we are talking about because the previous speaker was talking about a new model like based on brain, but it will be a totally new model of calculations, because otherwise you can't do certain things. If Turing's machine cannot do that, no known computer can do that. Here you have 3 little problems, well known. Number 1, we have a map. You need to color the map with the possible smallest number of colors, so that 2 adjacent regions are not colored with the same color, so that it is legible. You have a look and it is very clear. Then you have a logical formula. There is a sentence. There are logical variables. It may be true or false. If there is a formula, when I knew the values, I can calculate the full logical formula value. At the end, it will come up with the answer true or false. Can we do it in such a way that we receive the true at the end? And the last riddle is at the bottom. So you have a grid like that, 5 times 6. And some fields are filled in with yellow, others with red. We want to color all of them in such a way that yellow ones have a cohesive whole, and the same should happen with the red whole, but you can never have a red square or a yellow square. And the general question is, can we solve this problem in a fast way? We can be very general. It can be like a grid, n by n, any length at all. A map means any graph. So a question is, can I color it in a fast way? Can I solve the riddle very fast? If you come up with a fast algorithm, fast meaning algorithm operating in such a way that if n is the size of the problem, it will be n multiplied by. If you can do it fast, do it, because you can win $1 trillion. It is one of millennium problems. Is it P? Does P equals P? Let me not go there really, but these 3 small problems, they showed to you, they are equal to each other. Solution of any of them in polynomial time will mean that all the others will be solved in polynomial time. There are problems about which we know that we need exponential time, but we don't know whether they can be solved in polynomial time. If we do it for one, we will do it for the rest. If we solve it, it is one of millennium problems. I don't think it's the right slide. I'm trying to show something else. Okay. one of millennium problems, and you can earn a lot of money.
A jeszcze wrócę, do czego służy algorytmy i analiza.
Why we need algorithms and analyses? I guess you have heard about RSA encryption with the public key. It is based on the following. There is a large number, and it is actually a product of two numbers, and we can't divide a big number into basic numbers. Euclides' algorithm was very simple. So it turns out there are simple things or seemingly simple things that cannot be done by a computer. So AI is not a threat to us. How much time I have left? I will speed up. What are big numbers? Have a look. So you can see some examples here. We are talking about exponential function. If n is 1000, it is not much. You will have 300 digits. Practically speaking, this problem cannot be solved by a modern computer. Let us move on. Okay, spectacular achievements of artificial intelligence, image recognition, speech recognition was mentioned by the previous speaker, but for every man in the street, for young people, 1997, Deep Blue won with Garry Kasparov. Chess. It wasn't machine learning, it was computing power and memorizing plenty matches. But in 2016, AlphaGo with DeepMind from Google wins with Go Master. And it took a step further in 2017. AI wins with professional poker players. In 2018, AI participated in Dota 2 strategic game, like shooting game, and AI was doing fine there, so perhaps we should be afraid. So there is a question, will computers be able to design their own algorithms? Because now we master them. We control them. Well, there are such works that say, yes, it will be possible. I organize IT competition for students on everyday basis, and tasks for students are as follows. They are given a problem in the form of a text, then there is specification to the problem, and the contestant is to come up with an algorithm and write a program which will solve this problem. Going back to Euclides' algorithm, you have two positive numbers, design an algorithm which will find the biggest possible divisor and will check your program on the basis of tests. And you see this description here. In some programs, AI was doing fine. I'm not giving to you details, but it is a correct program for the problem I've presented in the text. It was generated by artificial intelligence, by a machine learning system. When I had a close look at this program, I realized that, well, there are two things to be done with that. On the one hand, you need to do text analysis. You need to see the real programming problem in the text. Computers are quite good at that. If they have a good database, they are quite good at that. On the other hand, it is, they have a huge database of programs that they can use. If the problem that it noticed or understood is similar to some previous problem, it is solvable. So this one was quite similar to previous ones, so that is why it succeeded, I will say. I do not believe there is Turing's test which says that if you talk to a person and you do not realize it is a computer, then it is perfect AI. So my response is that if AI participates in such mass competition that I'm talking about and wins, and no one realizes this AI, well, it will be something. But last-minute news, artificial intelligence finds faster algorithms for multiplying matrices. Well, looks promising, optimistic. The article was published in Nature. Actually, for those who may not know that, there is an algorithm accelerating calculations of matrix Strassen algorithm, and it can be boiled down to multiplying matrix 2 by 2. These are simple matrices, 2 by 2. If we look how matrices are multiplied, basically in order to do that, using a regular algorithm, you do 8 multiplications. Strassen came up with 7. If you make it into a general n, and n to a power of 3, and it is feasible. And it turns out that 2 times 2 is nothing special. Perhaps it should be 3 by 3 or 3 by 4. If we decrease the number of multiplications, the whole algorithm for n it will be faster. So researchers started to look for solutions like that. It is not that simple. So if you want to avoid one multiplication, well, so it all depends. What was done by DeepMind researchers, they coded this problem of looking for the optimum number of multiplications as a kind of a game, similar to Go. And it turned out that in some cases they received better results for 4 by 4 matrix, modular. Okay, again, I'm not going into details. They received 47 multiplications. In the past, it was 49. In standard calculations, they received the same result as people. Well, I'm not afraid. So, still. And perhaps I will wrap up with good news. In response to a recent Nature article, 2 researchers said that 5 by 5 matrices can be done better by them, and they didn't need any computer in order to do that. So that's what Kowers and Mutzbauer said. So intelligence is in us, not in artificial intelligence. Thank you very much indeed. All right, now it's time for questions. I'm Eva Jasen from Gdańsk. I'm just a simple medical doctor, so excuse me if it is a trivial question. But you've mentioned, Professor, encryption of data. And you've mentioned inability of decrypting of the data by means of an algorithm. I just wanted to ask you about quantum computers. Do you think it is possible to be done by quantum computers? And what is like the place of quantum computers in the current reality, in a nutshell? You are asking difficult questions because I'm not a specialist on quantum physics. I'm skeptical, actually, when I think about quantum computing. If you look, or let me put it like that, what is the difference between a quantum computer and what is being built if you compare it with a regular computer? Voigt-Neumann machine. It is a model of contemporary computer that it is like a computer of general use. If I come up with an algorithm, write a program, I may program this computer. In quantum computers, computing is specialized to solve specific problems. Quantum computers are used for encryption using quantum methods, but I don't know the answer to the question whether they can divide the number into prime factors in a fast way. They can't do that, so I wouldn't be afraid of them. I wanted to say something more here. It is looking for a model of computing. If something changes from an IT perspective, I will receive a new computer. Well, physicists will do that, biologists will do that, chemists will do that. This change will not come from IT experts. We are running out of time, so I guess that's the end for questions. We don't have time for any more questions. There will be a coffee break after the next lecture, so perhaps there will be more time for discussion. All right, so the last question.
Proszę nie hamować dyskusji, bo tu jest
Don't try to limit the discussion. It is science, not politics. Professor, you've had a very interesting paper and you were talking about the truth.
to jest pojęcie bardzo złożone.
The truth is a very complex notion from a historical perspective, from a philosophical perspective. The truth that we have in our minds is a biological truth and psychological truth. And the truth that you referred to is the truth of mathematics, but also conventional truth. These truths are very rarely in close proximity. Even ancient philosophers felt intuitively that there is some link between these truths.
Dzisiejszy rozwój nauki, zwłaszcza
Today's development of sciences, especially of biology, physics, astronomy, points to the fact that these truths are coming closer together, but rarely so.
jako jednostki ludzkie
As people in a society, we are afraid, we are scared of this truth discovered by these sciences, and it is very significant. So I have a question. I don't want to put any pressure on you, but
pan profesor definiuje gdzieś
would you define
referatu to pojęcie
the notion of the truth somewhere in your paper? Is it a formal notion? Is it based on facts, or do you focus on psychobiological structure of the brain,
jest adaptacyjna,
which is adaptive,
jest stara
used to be and has been and still is adaptive?
na to, o tym mówią nauki biologiczne.
And we know it from biology. Or would you say that this truth is conventional in a mathematical sense, but gives certain results?
Przykładem jest
An example is
Einsteina,
Einstein's laws,
innych uczonych, którzy idą
or laws by other scientists going in the same direction. I want to be brief. First of all, the truth referred to in my paper was in a formal sense. It was mathematical truth, 0 or 1, formal truth. Of course, IT experts can handle that, can grasp the notion of the truth when we have something to do with AI. Sometimes we cannot say it is white or it is black. We need to think about shades of gray, and now it is another logic. We say something is close to perfection, and such notions are very significant from our perspective. So yes, it is true. So basically that's all I can say, answering your question. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your lecture and for answering our questions.
I kolejnym, ostatnim w tej pierwszej części.
And the last speaker in this session is Professor Jan Kreft from the Technical University of Gdańsk. He will tell us more about the power of algorithms.
Szanowni Państwo, to zaszczyt wystąpić
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak before such distinguished audience. And actually, this honor is connected with my stage fright. But I feel okay. I'm in the right place at the right time, and I've also checked how much data you've been sending from your smartphones. About 83% of your smartphones send data. So we're in the right group. So at the start, I should explain the title of my presentation, The Power of Platform Algorithms at the Root of the Power of Google and Facebook. So first, let me give my statement of faith. I love algorithms, but from the perspective of a humanist. That is also my personal perspective, that accompanies management of management platforms such as Google, Alibaba, etc., which are maybe less oppressive but more supportive to social prosperity. I represent a technical university. 86% of our graduates they go work for Intel, which is in our region. Some go to work for Google and under giants, not necessarily in Poland. So let me present a slightly different interpretation of an algorithm. So an algorithm is a type of a technical relation, a type of authoritarian of creation of knowledge, where people deliver knowledge and they're placed in systematic relations. And I'm convinced that while war should not be only left to generals, management of algorithms should not be left to programmers. They need somewhere else. Is that the anthropology of culture or philosophers? And then we have this concept of organization. That is a common joint production of the philosophical structure and culture. An entity emerged in the reality. So this is the structure of communication. So this is not a very unique concept, but this is a perspective of Barbara Czerniawska, who works for the Göteborg University. Now, let me refer to quite recent developments. It happened this summer. Perhaps it was not covered in the press. Ariania Arroyo from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, received a phone when she was 7 years old and used TikTok many times a day. Gradually, it has become her obsession to post videos of dance routines on TikTok. Lalani Erika Rini Walton from Texas got a smartphone for her 8th birthday in April 2021. She was convinced that if she published a video where she could meet the Blackout Challenge, she would become famous. The Blackout Challenge is a self-suffocation. Both girls did not survive the challenge. There are so many challenges like that on TikTok. And there are young people in the Republic of South Africa, in the UK, etc. They fell victim to Blackout Challenge. Even the new king got interested in that problem. So in Los Angeles, there was a lawsuit, and TikTok was the culprit. TikTok invested millions of dollars in intentionally designing an algorithm that promoted dangerous content that it knew was dangerous and could result in death of users. It continues. TikTok undoubtedly knew that the Blackout Challenge was spreading through the app and that the algorithm continually encouraged children to take the call. End of quote. So one could say, oh, so the parents failed. No, these girls did it in the middle of the night when everybody else was fast asleep. The criticism that falls on TikTok is multifaceted. Well, TikTok is not the number one, and rightly so. It is taken from the legal prospect, but also from the point of view of algorithms, but it's hardly surprising. In case of Facebook, scientific research on that have been going for 10 years. In Poland, the research has shown that Facebook addiction is linked with higher extroversion, narcissism, loneliness, anxiety, and lower overall self-efficacy. I don't want to scare you. I'm just describing it.
Oczywiście trochę.
I'm just describing what it is. TikTok is quiet about that. At the Economic Forum in Karpacz, a representative of TikTok, he said, we're just there for entertainment.
Tu ludzie się bawią.
Well, so people have fun.
Taka reakcja to też jest
In response to this request, Facebook, well, this reaction is nothing new. It fits in with the solutionism. They believe that if an algorithm does not solve a social problem, then a better algorithm should be written. It also fits, and excuse my scientific arrogance, it also fits in with the mathematism, that is the belief that mathematics provides not just the right, but the only solutions to social life. This attitude has a long tradition, and here not only in Silicon Valley. Recognizing God as a mathematician, Gottfried Leibniz assumed that the world was arranged according to the principle of mathematics. And Leibniz were metaphysically motivated, reconciling the binary system with the idea of creation, here regarding zero as nothingness, unity as God. And this is why the principles of solutionism and mathematics stand in for the foundation of valid reasoning. However, this will not be CSR backed by philanthropy. Well, TikTok last year was recognized as the most socially responsible organization in the US. Okay. Well, whoever was trying to grapple with the problem of developing social media platform and new technologies over the years has faced quite a challenge. So had to comfort the belief that the new media, the social media, are an ecosystem for changing the world for better. That's one of the Google slogans, which was abandoned in 2015. The dominant system was well analyzed on the turn of 1990s and the year 2000. It also had to grapple with the underrated cult of disruptive innovation and the search for unicorns.
Mierzył się również z innymi niedocenieniem charakterystycznym
And also it had to grapple with the underestimation of, and here the importance of such a concept can be understood when one learns the ubiquity of the concept of disruption in business and management. The etymology of the English disruption is the Latin disrumpere, meaning to smash to pieces. And when combined with the optimistic innovation, it appears not only as a creative act of destruction, but also a constant necessity, but schumpeterian. It might be provoking, but let me say that the most important perspective is the so-called layman's religion. And that would be workplace research. When people are looking for non-data forms of ideology, and they perceive these concepts as sacred, the concept, all that takes the secular meaning. So this is a very interesting perspective, which is omnipresent in the Silicon Valley. As Veiko Antonen overly aptly points out, people create their own sacred moments within the secular cosmology. In other words, they're able to perceive the sacred in things and events perceived as typically secular, such as, for example, rock concerts, sporting events, etc. Secular religion provides us with the overreaching cosmology, defining who one is and who one belongs to, what matters, and what one should do, and how and why things come together in such a way as to create reality and provide truth. Ideology. From the perspective of the management of organizations such as Facebook and Google, there are some research, but Google and Facebook, they often acted as if were the environment of secular religions. They have shaped a system of beliefs and practices around fundamental questions of individual groups of communities. For adherents of secular religion, the workplace is their temple, and their work itself their vocation. Founding fathers of an organization become deities of sorts, key internal employees become clergy, institutionalized processes become rituals, and failures become sins. They may even be sacred texts, such as histories of organizations' origins, mission statements, strategies, biographies, and hagiographies of the founder. In these texts, opponents may be demonized and excommunicated. Precedents are transformed into precepts, and events, even those which are irrelevant from a rational point of view, give rise to mythos. And organizations with such strong cosmologies, they may emanate with deity. And they may also use sacred values such as justice, prosperity, equality, fairness, etc. And there are many examples of that. Let us look at Google and Facebook. While it is difficult to consider them sacred companies, we consider them as forms of self-sacralization. Look at the research. And the sacral status was founded on several foundations: the belief of owners, managers, employees of their own and corporations' uniqueness, the uniqueness of their message, their unique ability to cope with the vagaries of the market conjuncture, the congruence of communicated and perceived alliance, and then these social algorithms. So the relationship, they have different variety of roles in human relations. They search, collate, search, categorize, group, match, analyze, profile, model, simulate, visualize, and regulate people's attitudes. They show how people understand and represent the world, and in this sense, they are performative. They make things happen. And contemporary power of platforms is the Weberian in the Weberian interpretation is therefore in practice the power of algorithm. This is the power of social algorithms. This power has many faces. With reference to Stephen Laucas, algorithms have power over beliefs and preferences, and they have this non-transparent control and create myths and ideologies. Ariane and Lalani, these two little girls from the US, fell prey of the several chief components of such powers: the shaping of algorithms by algorithms of the human experience and the management of user visibility. They just wanted to be famous. That was the only thing that they wanted. And let me comment briefly about the research on the attitudes vis-a-vis some organizations that we do at our university. And the research focus on metaphors. We conducted the research on a fairly large number of tweets on Twitter. We believe that Twitter was a form of presenting certain social emotions on the basis of 230,000 tweets in English, and generally speaking, we're interested in trends. So, what do people think about Twitter? What do they think about Google? And what they think about the world which is around us. So it turned out that we're facing the crisis of experience in the secular concept of social platforms. So they no longer woo us. Users are no longer wooed with the possibility of reconciling business and the purity of intention. So Steve Jobs was presenting his intentions and visions. So The Economist and New Yorker magazine decided to sacralize Steve Jobs. And actually, Steve Jobs is the one with the aura. And Gold is holding an iPod standing next to him. Very primitive. But it's a myth-creating concept. So the power of algorithm experienced by billions of people immersed in the digital world is still very much in place. Moreover, it has never been so economically vital and it has never seduced advertisers with such a wealth of knowledge. In particular, after the pandemic, they saved our communication with other peoples. They have never seduced advertisers with such wealth of knowledge about users, although these, having no choice, seem to be increasingly confused with their role as a pseudo-editors training algorithms and providing data.
Służę.
Automat. Przyzwyczajenie z wykładów, ale szlędne.
Słyszę. Nadal bardzo dobrze zatem ma się władzę algorytmów doświadczona przez miliardy ludzi.
So the power of algorithm experienced by billions of people immersed in the digital world is still very much in place. Moreover, it has never been economically vital and has never seduced advertisers with such a wealth of knowledge. However, the sacred understanding was kicked out of balance. So when organizations create or receive transcendental ideals, there is this unique relationship between an organization and an entity. And here, every single party is connected with, related to the other one by sharing ideals, good intentions, faithfulness to the truth. And after 2016, it's been a spectacular moment. Most likely that was because of the US elections. So after that holy sacred alliance or covenant has been disrupted. So platforms, the social media, they have challenged their own sacral concept. So that evokes a strong urge to revenge, to seek revenge. That they're punished with a right of trust. And there are also new thinkers who so Justin Rosenstein in Facebook, he invented that concept of a like click, and Lawrence Lichter created that refresh concept, refresh your data feed, your social platform feed. He said in an interview that he regrets every single moment devoted to programming that concept. But if it wasn't him, if it hadn't been him, it could have been anyone. So to summarize, the atrophy of this non-sacral religion has been accelerating. We can see the facade of the language of this religion, like false metaphors. And what is a false metaphor? So, for example, social media, there is no community. These are cohorts of people who meet accidentally. They do not form any community, but we form them the social media, like we refer to the social concept. So this is a false metaphor, and there have been quite many of these. And then there is a new dawn coming for the social platforms, and I have based my research on the pool of data of 2021. And we can see the potential of new transcendence in management. So this is a unique attribution referring to first calculation, clouds, and big data, virtual reality, machine learning, and metaverse. And to a smaller degree, and it's about upgrading a human being. Everything that we think of when we think about transhumanism or posthumanism and techno scene. But this time, there is no mention of Facebook, Google, Apple, and their leaders who turned out to be ordinary people. Then we have products and ideas. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. No, proszę o zadawanie pytań. Może ja pozwolę sobie skomentować.
So let me comment on that. Almost a decade ago, I visited the Silicon Valley. I visited Google, the headquarters, and it was
Atmosfery.
then and there when one could notice that these people there at Google, they consider themselves as a para-scientific institution members. And that institution could influence the developments globally. And it turned out that they were right to some degree. And their kind of cyberpunk, quasi-cyberpunk vision, I'm afraid it is coming. I'm afraid so.
Tylko jeszcze w ten sposób, że
So let me put it this way.
asymetrii zależności między
So the history has not seen such an asymmetry of assumptions between dependencies between the social media and users. So I'm talking here about an uneducated person who does not have any background in medicine meeting a doctor. So we need this trust. So that trust was common in 1990s and 1980s, and now it has been subject to atrophy. But there are new myths emerging. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, speakers.
Zapraszam Państwa na przerwę kawową.
Now coffee break.
Ponownie w tej samej sali o godzinie
And I'll see you back here 10 to 12. Thank you.
Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę.
Witam ponownie Państwa po przerwie.
Welcome after the break.
Bardzo proszę o zajmowanie.
Welcome after the break. Please take your seats.
Nim zaczniemy, chciałem Państwu przypomnieć
Before we begin, I'd like to remind you that there is a possibility to make donations for our friends from Zhytomyr at the entry to the adjacent room. There is a box and you can make some donation to help our friends in Ukraine. Now let's continue our session. And the first afternoon speaker, well, it is not the afternoon yet, but the first speaker after the coffee break will be Professor Rafał Maciąg from the Institute of Information Studies, Jagiellonian University, Kraków. Professor, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say that I am deeply honored to be here. Many thanks for inviting me here, and I treat my presence. Is it better now? Is it better now? Yeah, that's better.
Postaram się.
Try to speak in the right pace. The comment is all right. So basically, I will try to not to be too fast. So I have to say, I feel like a kind of an imposter standing here. And basically, in science, sometimes we seem like usurpers, usurping things. And then I wanted to say that we are moving towards reflections which are like speculative reflections, or maybe social or philosophical reflections, thanks to which we are trying to understand this rapid, sudden, and aggressive world of experiments. I have a technical information. There are some bullet points. All right, I can see this presentation here. So why am I saying I'm a usurper a little bit? It is connected with the subject matter I'd like to discuss, because I want to talk about knowledge, so everyone who has come across this problem knows that knowledge, well, there is a lot of trade press on the notion of knowledge as such. So I may try to delineate certain direction of interpretation. Obviously, I will not cover the whole territory, and I don't even have ambitions like that. So I will start with a certain assumption. The assumption that, well, when we talk about knowledge, let us think about the turn of the 20th century. It is connected with math or meta-mathematics. So the way of understanding the method of existing in mathematics and justifying certain opinions in mathematics. And actually it failed. This approach has failed, because when we look back at the experience of the turn of the 20th century, we are getting more humble, because you can see this combination between the math and the world, and it is a very traditional
tradycyjną podstawą
traditional approach, traditional foundation for creating knowledge. So mathematical description of the world seems to be the most real, the most correct, and so on. These are myths
pewne uproszczenia.
and simplifications.
Właśnie w tamtym
So back then, more or less, there was a different idea that arose. The idea in which speculative structures can be uncoupled from experience and they may be separate entities.
czy Hilbert to
Hilbert or names like that, these were people who emphasized it very much. And these separate entities can be then applied to analyze experimental phenomena, and they may be useful. So I just wanted to point it out. It will be a very short summary of this interesting and intense process, because there was a dramatic change. I call it a paradigmatic change, deducing and coming to conclusions about realities, not from experiment to model, but it is possible, or very fortunate and leading to great results if we apply a different model. So speculative structures suddenly come to use when we look at new results of experiments. I guess it is the event which was defining for the fate of knowledge in the 20th century and forward. So that's my conclusion. We can generate certain descriptive structures, and descriptive structures can be applied to the world, but first of all, we are aware that these descriptive structures are just constructs to some extent, and it is a matter of a choice of conditions for reasoning. So these structures are created ad hoc in line with certain assumptions. Well, it is a dramatic conclusion because it undermines the phenomenon that we are focusing on. So the phenomenon of knowledge, or asks questions about the knowledge at least. So knowledge is not the final construct, which is transcendental and covers and encompasses the world as an entity and is internally cohesive and may be discovered step by step. It is a very powerful trope. Galileo, Descartes, they are repeating the phrase that we are standing on shoulders of giants, but then it is moved from the level of discussion on math, it is moved to other areas. And here I have a note saying that there is erosion of a conviction, which is very important for me when I talk about the concept of knowledge, because, well, something becomes uncertain or even broken. I mean, this link between man and knowledge. This link was decreed by Plato in his definition, which in the original doesn't sound like that directly, but in literature it was extracted and then interpreted and looks like that. So it is true belief accompanied by a rational account. I have to say that there are various attempts at interpreting this Plato's phrase. At the same time, we can see that, and let me digress here, at the same time you observe a certain erosion of a notion or of a construct of man, implicitly understood as a proven existing entity. Obviously, the 20th century raised many concerns and doubts. Like Foucault said, that man is effervescent trace on sand. He meant the entity, the structure that has been built for so long. It is deeply rooted in the religious traditions and it appears as an idea in the Enlightenment, and we are living in this construct till today, demanding special rights to a human being, and we have many demands which are based on this assumption that we are a special being, special entity, chosen entity with special rights. This conviction, this belief is actually now coming to its end and collapsing. And a great example of our disillusionment as to man's role to the world was a lecture by Professor Maliński about the climate. That's what our power looks like. So we are usurpers in that sense as people. So I've been digressing here, but I think it was quite important to say that, because in one more way, it undermines the certainty that has accompanied us when we combined man with knowledge. Both sides of this combination actually are collapsing. So I've prepared the list of some spectacular examples in which knowledge is decoupled from an individual, separated from them, and we can feel a certain shortage. We notice certain mistakes, deficits, or some propensities of knowledge are discovered, and that is why knowledge is losing its nature, which had been shaped by some treasury of knowledge. And we are looking for keys to this treasury. This idea actually has been undermined and it seems no longer valid. And it is a result of certain social circumstances. These studies are plentiful, deep, and rich. So I'm mentioning some individual names of people who contributed to that body of knowledge. I don't want to quote all of them, but if you look at the names, you can see that a very significant and varied, rich story is connected with every name. We don't have time for that, but knowledge definitely is manifested as a result of a certain social context in which a researcher is located, or a person looking for knowledge. So I introduce some distinctions here, maybe scientific knowledge, other kinds of knowledge. I don't want to go too deeply in that, but the idea that knowledge needs to be decoupled and it needs to be made into a certain object, well, it is manifested in other ways. So, for example, knowledge is becoming a factor of social development. We are saying that there is the society of knowledge. So you may notice that knowledge is becoming a certain independent substrate of social events. So you can see how far we have moved away from the Plato's idea. Knowledge, well, can be treated as a resource for which we compete, and scientists also participate in this competition that are employed and hired to produce goods in a way, knowledge as goods. It is one of the reasons for which we witness a collapse of universities. The process started in the 1970s has led us till today. So universities are using their sovereignty, are using their superiority over social structures, and they had been working for that status for centuries. For example, there were sacrifices of university members, and they were turned at a certain point into factories. So it's been an ongoing process. It has lasted for many years. So now there are rebellious reactions because it destroys Humboldt's idea notion. So beautiful man being shaped at universities.
Z pewnością
Well, we could have a long conversation about that, but I'm sure all the participants here understand my point on that.
no, tu jeszcze wymieniam
And here I'm also mentioning something else. So treating knowledge as a structured documentation, Birger Herland's ideas.
bibliotek czy
So he observes libraries or big
dokumentów naukowych.
warehouses of scientific documents, which actually, in practical terms,
Ostateczny zbiór
they are like the final set of knowledge that we have at hand.
można ją katalogować.
So it may be placed in catalogs, it may be processed, and it can be treated as a usable object.
Ten proces sięga dosyć
This
daleko.
process goes back quite far.
Relatywizacji wiedzy.
The process of relativization of knowledge against social contexts. I've mentioned recent projects.
Rodzaju ostatnich projektów. On się datuje, jeszcze stał się popularny dopiero w
It became popular only in 1990s, but it was about creating social epistemology, so moving the whole idea into a philosophical level without losing
czy wbudowując
or embedding this philosophical idea into the social context,
właścicielami
where the owners
nie są tylko pojedyncze.
of knowledge are not individuals, but these individuals appear here as people, members of a certain community. There are also some groups or institutions which are of social nature, and they become
Specyficznego typu wiedzy.
distributors of a certain specific kind of knowledge. It is another attempt to decouple knowledge from various contexts
Ja jestem zwolennikiem
in which it had existed quite naively in the past. So perhaps decoupling should be taken a step further. We need to realize real conditions in which knowledge functions. So perhaps we should have the following approach to that.
analizy. Po pierwsze, to jest to, o czym już mówiłem, to znaczy
First of all,
piszę tutaj, że wiedza jest zasobem bardzo różnego
knowledge is a resource of various kinds. It is treated as a thing, as
takich procesów,
kind of goods. It is manifested
jak
in various processes,
te wszystkie
and we can mention all these terrible processes that accompany us, like commodification, capitalization,
co prowadzi oczywiście do
which leads us to instrumentalization of knowledge, reification, trivialization of knowledge. So knowledge has been
dotknięta takim procesem, który Weber
part of the process
zastosował do świata, jest
called by Weber. It was demystified, disenchanted,
mówiącego,
so it was deprived
być może nawet boskiego pierwiastka,
of the
będziemy mówić. Efekt tego
divine element. As a result,
zrozumienia tego, co się dzieje,
well, we are trying to understand what is happening around this concept.
krajobraz
And we receive a certain landscape.
jest krajobrazem naszego poznania,
It is the landscape of our cognition,
ukształtowany przez
and it is shaped by many
relacje wiedzy,
articulations of knowledge, or knowledges in plural. They are autonomous. Autonomous in the entity. So basically the plural number is justified here. When we use plural for knowledge, knowledges, we resist. Grammatically in Polish, it is possible. So we can say that we live in the landscape of certain knowledges, not variants of knowledge. No, I understand the dispersion. I understand
charakter różnych manifestacji.
that there is discrete nature of manifestations of knowledge as an ontological change. And I know I have to be on time, and I have to be in line with the topic of the session, so perhaps I should ask you to have a look at an interesting interpretation perspective, because there is knowledge connected with deep learning, and knowledge appears not as an element
nie jako składnik czy element procesu algorytmicznego.
of algorithmic process, but it appears like, in a way, by chance, or it is like a side effect or as a result. So I wanted to use an example of highly developed algorithms
Procedur, to się nazywa NLP, czyli
It is called NLP from
procedures, tak? Czy coś takiego.
NLP.
Obszaru
So it is about the area of what we call artificial intelligence or artificial neuronal networks, or which deals with processing of a natural language.
a przykład, żeby nie być gołosłownym,
And I'd like to give you an example. There will be two examples actually
wykonałem.
that I've prepared for this conference. I used an algorithm which is
Oczywiście za to się płaci, ale
quite easily available. You have to pay a certain amount, but it is not expensive. And there was a model
języka naturalnego,
of a natural language
state of art, znaczy pojawiły się już na scenie,
which is at the state-of-art level. So it sets certain basic standards for development. It is an algorithm which is called GPT-3. It is OpenAI product. It is the foundation dealing with development of AI, and I asked two questions. It works in English. So the first question is, what is the role of a 150-year-old scientific institution in the society? And it is the organization that brings together outstanding scientists. And the algorithm gave me an answer. The answer is not very innovative or thought-provoking. And then I asked the question, what is the truth? And the answer is not extremely fascinating either. You can see the answers on the slide, but let me just say this model structured the answer on the basis of some knowledge it had in deep learning systems. Many people don't understand that, but in deep learning, we don't have databases of knowledge which are searched for in order to come up with an answer. In deep learning systems, knowledge is in a hidden way, not fully understood way. Knowledge is written in neuronal networks, so it is written in numbers, and on their own they cannot be interpreted, they do not have a semantic value. But when we switch on the network, thanks to different complicated procedures, so to say, they are quite sophisticated, and on this basis they can extract hidden knowledge in a way, the knowledge which had been obtained thanks to collecting a huge amount of texts spontaneously occurring in the world, most of the time on the internet, but not only that. And on that foundation, a certain model is built in line with the logic of neuronal networks. So it is like dissipated logic in a way, using this neuronal grid. And let me show this to you. In 1637, Descartes said that a machine will never be able to use the words or signals so as to create reasonable structures out of them so that they respond to the content that appears around these machines. It is no longer valid. That's what the machines are doing now, and they do it in a very successful way. So a problem arose. What should we do about that? We can ignore it. Many IT experts, including an eminent member of this group, Jan LeCun, believe that they are artifacts. These are artifacts, negligible. They are the results of some automatic activity, highly sophisticated. But here, I'm referring to the authority of Hans-Georg Gadamer, who was among the most important
nie tyle kreatorów, co może
creators, maybe it's not the right word, but
budowniczych
builders.
tego słowa. Może mi za chwilę przyjdzie do głowy.
Perhaps I will come up with something better in a moment, of such an approach in philosophy as hermeneutics. It is an ancient field of philosophy which
Dzisiaj wiecie, rolę i poziom
actually
filozofii
has a role of philosophy. So it is not a school of philosophy, it is not a trend in philosophy, it is so much more. And Gadamer said that everything that has been written
jest obiektem
is
hermeneutycznym.
an object of hermeneutical analysis. It is just an interpretation, but let us not be deluded by the simplicity of this word, because very fast it is leading to understanding, and understanding is the foundation of knowledge.
Mechanizmy rozumienia,
Mechanisms of understanding in hermeneutics are very old.
one sięgają
They reach back
też taką mają legendarną swoją opowieść.
to the legendary times, because there was Hermes mentioned as the one mediating between gods and people. So explaining what is unavailable directly to people explains it in a way which is understandable for people. And exegesis of sacred texts was the first basic job of hermeneutics. These were not texts written by man, but very soon it was transferred on human texts, and it remains there, untouched from the side by the author, because no one had thought previously, apart from God, that another entity will have this ability to generate texts. There is a technical question. How should we call the texts that mean something? Hermeneutics says there is a notion of intelligible text, meaning the one which is useful for interpretation. So it's like a closed circle. There are very simple examples here. And there are more examples like that. I asked these questions, I generated that on my computer a few days ago, but there are more examples like that. But we know that these texts make sense. We cannot ignore them. And now I need to utter désintéressement, so like a reservation towards a regular reaction of IT guys who have a sense that they did it, it is something that they did, their work, but actually it exceeds certain borders of their worlds, and we have proofs for that. And not much else can be said about that, but we have to start a modest attempt of hermeneutical analysis of the situation that we are in which a machine may generate intelligible texts, including a certain kind of knowledge. And I guess I will close my presentation right now. Thank you very much. Thank you for this interesting presentation. Yes, and now it's time for questions. I'm an economist by education, Michał Gabriel Woźniak. Is it working? I'm afraid the speaker is not using the mic and interpreters cannot hear him.
korzyści własnej dysponenta tej wiedzy, czyli tego.
All right, so I'm an economist by education, so we can think about people who are possessors of knowledge. And here I can see a very important problem, holders of knowledge. And this problem is reflected in the subject matter that we are discussing today, namely that the algorithms that we are discussing, unfortunately, are anchored in mechanistic methodology, excessive reductionism, and individualism. And I would say it is the main problem connected with dissemination of knowledge. That is why I'd like to ask, is it possible to reprogram dissemination of knowledge in such a way that we look at a human being as an integral being which functions in various spheres. These spheres have different criteria of attaching value. So when we build algorithms, they should be created around programmers. Oh, sorry, we should have teams around programmers, and from the prism of many criteria, they would be able to evaluate algorithms before they will be adopted and accepted as useful in practice. And it should be also true for the whole process of knowledge dissemination. So we should move towards an integrated approach, not fragmented approach. Would you say, Professor, that there is such a possibility, or am I deluded here? You've opened a huge field for discussion. First reservation here. Describing artificial intelligence, we anthropomorphize it too much. We say AI decides things no, these are metaphors used in excessive way, but they shape a certain way of imagining AI, or so it is treating AI as a person. It is a false approach. Secondly, I haven't had time to say that, but we usually look for results of AI in a very trivial way. Obviously, we use the processes that we know very well, so automatics will take away our jobs and so on. I wanted to show here that there are problems connected with AI which are unpredictable. They appear in a surprising way. These are things we could not foresee, and they appear there in the most interesting way. So, like text and the hermeneutics. The problem, which is ethical and social problem, has been noticed. OpenAI is dealing with that, or this institution was created in order to disseminate knowledge and master and control development of artificial intelligence. But there are such ideas in official institutions like EU institutions. There are attempts to prevent us against consequences, controlling development of AI. It's very difficult because AI is just a product. And, well, it is kind of goods. It is a commodity. So it is also the sphere of a certain industrial endeavors. So, again, once again, there is a conflict between a social interest and a business interest. So we are still within the same framework or the same problem, but it's just a new variant. Here there is no... simply many things are happening there. There are many tendencies, and the turbulent tendencies, turbulent area So we don't know how it will end or where it will take us. So perhaps that's enough from me for now.
Panie profesor.
Professor? Thank you, Ewa Gudowska-Nowak, the Department of Physics. Professor, I'd like to ask a slightly different question. You've shown two texts to us, like generated by the machine. They seemed quite logical. So if we say there are different knowledges, plural intended, so there is machine knowledge and human knowledge, at what point or where can we decide or can we say what makes us human? I'm asking on the basis of the text that we have just read. Well, I guess it exceeds my competences. I can't answer that. Of course, I have some ideas about that. But on the other hand, it is a recurring question. All of us ask these questions. It is a doubt, the most important doubt perhaps. So my answer may be as follows. First of all, I don't know what it means to be a human being. I have a big problem with that, especially in the light of ideas such as development. In a way, I am very much indebted spiritually to Jean-Louis Lyotard, French philosopher, and he wrote that he felt sorry, I'm paraphrasing obviously, that he felt sorry when he thought about development or pride of human existence in the 20th century after the Holocaust and similar events of the 20th century. So being human, being man, well, we simply need to reconstruct it. And I'm not withdrawing from anything. I'm not avoiding an answer. It is really problematic. The same pertains to the other parts of the structure that you've presented to us. I don't really know, in the light of what I have shown, what we are dealing with. I know that we can't ignore it, because the great heritage of hermeneutics tells us that texts are cosmic events. It doesn't really matter who writes them. An appearing text is a unique event in the universe, and its consequences may be far-fetched. And manuscripts do not burn. So when a text appears in such a way, I cannot do anything else. I have to stop, and I have to notice a new event of great significance. And I do not fully grasp it. I do not fully understand it. I do not really know what the machine is. I see it has a great potential, and it is coming closer to the human being. And the human being lost its power. It was foresaw by Luciano Floridi, a philosopher, that a machine can exceed the level in which we were the only holders of a cultural humus. So we are not the only possessors of various layers of the warehouse of books, films, contents, texts of various kinds. And we used to be the rulers of this domain. We could teach it, we could learn it, we could interpret it. We lost this position. So in this sense, the machine has won. Thank you very much indeed.
Jeszcze ostatnie pytanie, bardzo proszę.
And the last question.
Roman Chrzanowski, jestem z Papieskiego Uniwersytetu.
Roman Chrzanowski. I would be very cautious attributing knowledge to computers. GPT-3, VUDAO, there is a European system. It is accumulation of knowledge. GPT-3 has 175 trillion of words it has learned. So, if I could finish my thought. So, it is like a mass library connected with statistical vectors, weights. But do we attribute any knowledge to the library? No, we don't do that. We have an automatic system to extract what has been written. And we're doing some experiments with answers to philosophical questions. And what was interesting in GPT-3 was that this system doesn't have a metacognition, just produces things. Sometimes they are ridiculous. Sometimes it is quite interesting, but that's all there is. And it is just analyzing what had been previously said. So I wouldn't ask GPT-3 what I should do with my life. I wouldn't do that. Thank you.
Oczywiście, już przynoszę mikrofon.
Krótko, ale dramatycznie. Całkowicie się z panem nie zgadzam.
I disagree with you 100%. You haven't taken into account the mode in which what you call a library is created. It is not a library, it is something else. It is a semantic model which is called embedding space, a breakthrough invention of writing in a mathematic way in a multi-dimensional space. There are like 1,000 dimensions or 500 dimensions. It is writing semantics, which is statistically extracted from a great amount of documents. The amount of documents is in terabytes. And these are real documents, so spontaneously created by people, mostly on the internet, on the basis of these documents, so spontaneous usage of language. We have an abstract, fully abstract model of embeddings in which values of individual words, let's call them words, they are tokens, but it is not important now, are vectors, which are sets of numbers which characterize semantic location of this word against other words, and these numbers, which create the semantic value, are not possible to interpret. They do not mean anything. They are purely mathematic, abstract reflection of semantic models. And linguistic model versus library, yeah, it is so far away. It is not the same. These are not libraries. I had to explain that.
Dziękuję bardzo za wykład i za pytania. Być może na część z tych pytań, może nie zadanych.
Perhaps there are some unanswered questions, but maybe they will be answered by Professor Grzegorz Nalepa from the Jagiellonian University. Can natural intelligence understand artificial intelligence?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank Professor Nowak for invitation. It's a great honor to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, in my presentation, I would like to start by looking back and reflect on the research on the artificial intelligence, talk about this, look at on the cycles of development and challenges faced by this artificial intelligence. I would also like to ponder over the role of artificial intelligence in science. And definitely, in my presentation, in my lecture, you will hear echoes of former previous speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence, to some extent, is a mature discipline. If we look at the history of our research in the artificial intelligence, well, that was actually the way of describing efforts of scholars, scientists active in many disciplines. So on the one hand, systems were built that followed or resembled reasoning of a human being, and there were also first models of artificial neural networks in 1940s, and they represented and followed human reasoning. There were also systems that followed the method that human beings use for solving problems. And initially, at the outset of AI, there were the original chatbots that responded to linked tests, so an option of a dialogue with a human being. There were also some interesting methods of non-obvious reasoning, like probable, approximated reasoning. And one of the most favorite areas for some analyzers of AI was systems of playing games with humans. Note that we typically associate successes of artificial intelligence with chess playing, but from the first attempt that led to wins in chess playing, we had that non-linear development. Obviously, I will not devote a major part of this presentation to the historical perspective. I just wanted to present this table, which you can see here on the left. So attempts were made, and attempts are still made to build systems which we believe think as human beings, act as human beings, or systems that can think reasonably or act reasonably. So this is an attempt at introducing categories. I think that researchers that build such systems, they attempt to answer such questions, and the researchers that introduce categories, well, that's the way they try to reason. From the outset, the AI research was this interdisciplinary at en masse, and teams of mathematicians and IT people were accompanied by researchers from other disciplines. So the first period was filled with this huge optimism. I found it quite inspiring, and that is the topping point. Well, the Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick. Note the date or two dates in the film. The date of making the film, so that was 1968, and the plot of the film was to refer to 2001. I think that most of us, they've seen the film. Think about the technologies which are there. There is this artificial intelligence that plays one of the key roles in this film. On the one hand, we may think about the optimism of the researchers of 1960s, and on the other hand, how far apart we are from their approximations. So things were going to be so rosy. So what went wrong? So depending on sources and depending on our approach, in the end of 1960s and in early 1970s, it shows that AI research met with many barriers. It seems that the researchers, the scientists coming up with algorithms, were illustrating their findings with examples that could illustrate the problem well, but these examples not necessarily reflected the real problems encountered in the world. On the other hand, many limitations were identified that came with the essence of algorithm of this compound nature of calculations. Certainly, one could say that the first fascinating phase of developing the AI was characterized by that excessive optimism. Scientists were promising a lot. They promised to deliver a lot, and there is this English word which I believe would be right to use here, and I associate it with one of the pictures which we could see in the art gallery on the first evening. So that is the hype. And hype is about being hyped up, all hyped up about the potential results. And the graphs here on this slide presents that growth of enthusiasm. And afterwards, the winter in the AI research came. Scientists were very creative in coming up with names for the research to avoid this artificial intelligence to be mentioned. When I started to work with in artificial intelligence, a scholar of from an older generation, a graduate of the University of Science and Technology, when he heard that I worked in the area of artificial intelligence, and he was an electrical engineer, he made this dramatic pause when asked me, perhaps you could occupy yourself with something that would make more use, like IT or cell phones, etc. Well, at least right now, everyone understands why is the AI the focus of my interest. So, following up on this metaphor, we're in the middle of very hot summer right now when it comes to AI. AI research is very successful, like the computer vision, bets and game winning. Perhaps I should only mention the differences between the games that the AI can win, that may not only be based on calculation. For quite a long time, chess seemed to be the best one to play with the artificial intelligence, but it seems that Go, this Chinese game, is the one which is up and coming. And there are games that could be played by many players, human and artificial players. Gen GPT-2, GPT-3, a lot has been said about that before, but let me just focus on one persuasive operation. So the new generation of systems for artificial text translation and text generation, which has developed over this decade, also through new generations of deep networks of neurons. That is no longer NLP, so now a new concept is promoted, which is NLU, so natural language understanding. I'm not going to dwell on this concept, but it's important to see how these researchers are positioned themselves. There were some questions today about the area of creativity. This area is quite difficult and by natural reasons reserved to human beings, but it seems that the research in creativity of AI is going well, and the latest results are quite surprising. There is this system whose name is given in the third row here. DALI 2 system. That is a reference to Salvatore Dali's identity. So there is this heated debate about the status of the works, but it seems that these works are becoming quite popular and highly appreciated in art competitions. And that is all owing to massive data corps used for training the artificial intelligence. So going back to the graph which I have presented, and I took it from this Gartner consulting company. So this is the hype cycle, and this curve of enthusiasm refers to many technologies. I'm not going to discuss the phenomena marked on that curve. When you look at hype and subsequent years for the same technology, there are certain concepts which are added, and some they disappear from that curve. But it seems that there would be like a huge interest and very high expectations, followed by a disappointment. Well, apparently, too much is promised at the very beginning. There are too many expectations from technology. If a technology is lucky enough, it reaches a plateau, and certain potential applications, technological solutions can be found to make use of these findings or discoveries. From Gartner's perspective, I think it's important to notice that multifaceted nature of artificial intelligence. Gartner himself notices that there are models based on data, models oriented towards specific applications, and a new very important category. These are systems oriented on men, so men-oriented systems or human-focused systems. Sometimes when I talk to people interested in AI, they do notice this multifaceted nature of the artificial intelligence. They do appreciate the progress in time of the research, but some would think that this is just the research is like a spiral structure, progressing in time, and the prize waiting up there at the summit is this artificial intelligence. But my intuition tells me that this context broadens in the sense that we keep on discovering new opportunities, and I don't think it can boil down to one specific purpose. I think that, again, we're at this hype phase. We're fascinated by the potential of the AI. If I am right, there is this winter coming soon. We'll see that we exaggerated, that someone will ask us to present the results. And actually, that is the approximation of how we try and go somewhere when it comes to developing the artificial intelligence. So what are the AI challenges? So there are method-related challenges first. So to what extent the algorithms that we train are effective and what their preferences are. Then we use the so-called domain knowledge of experts and to what extent that could be employed. Then we have new calculative architectures. Then there are certain social challenges. So about the perception of AI systems, if they're accepted, if they are trusted, that has been analyzed it, and there is this EU NI Act that attempts at addressing these issues. And then we have these controversial and perhaps sensitive applications of AI systems. For example, for medical purposes, now when we talk about drones that fly in the air and can do harm to people, they're increasingly based on the AI. If you've read the Minority Report by Philip Kedrick, the predictive policing systems are there. They suggest to the police who a criminal is or who an offender is and who should be detained. And they do work and they are used, for example, in the USA. So the concept is the same as in the film. So there is a prediction system predicting potential offenders or criminals to be detained. And one of a well-known American agencies financing and sponsoring AI research, DARPA, attempted to use the history of research from the perspective of waves of stages. Phase one was the stage when we're trying to code symbolic human knowledge in AI, and then the phase of statistical learning is here now. We need to program people which are systems which are understandable for people, which can to some extent operate in a context. And that concept of explaining and understanding is one of the leading concepts here. Our machine learning model may make mistakes. Like we saw that these pictures with a camel or ostrich and a school bus, the AI makes mistakes. We understand that that is a certain disruption in data processes. On the other hand, if the results are correct, we don't understand the whole process. We cannot follow the reasoning process. And now, when we talk about data-trained systems, we would need to introduce a component. The component should be able to explain the impact of the nature of the data on the systems. Alternatively, the system should be introducing other models in AI, models that would be more comprehensible. Then, let us not forget about models that were proposed 30 or 40 years ago, but abandoned for some purpose, for some reasons. And here, man may have a better understanding of operation of the system. Human knowledge may also be better fitted into the system. A human being can become an active actor in the operation of the system. Once all these requirements are met, that may influence the human trust into the system. So these days we talk about responsible artificial intelligence. So here the core requirement would be understanding of a human being. And finally, let me address one more interesting point. We use AI systems as scholars for science. That is quite common. Everyone says that we do use machine learning. We train something, we discover something. And I remember working in an interdisciplinary team, and I learned the difference in understanding the concept of a model depending on a discipline. Some models may have different meaning in mathematics, in computer sciences, etc. So my idea is that the researchers do not fully understand the consequences of such tools. It is my very strong intuition that using the whole set of tools for machine learning is dramatically different from using an optical microscope or a magnifying glass. It is not about the level of complexity, but it's about the whole process. Nowadays, we have systems which are promoted with this no-code AI slogan. So the question is then whether this knowledge discovery can come for free in science without understanding the concept. Scientists, researchers, scholars have been debating for over a decade. That debate was initiated by the editor-in-chief of Wired, Anderson. Here is a list of some selected papers and articles. So the title is The End of Theory, etc., etc. The Fourth Paradigm, Data-Intensive Science. This book is very important. So it's about science promoted as e-science. And in brief, the authors promote the concept that perhaps traditional models in the scientific sense of the word, which are old-fashioned or unnecessary. And the author refers to a person who works in this Google startup, and Norvig reformulated that concept of all models being wrong, but some being useful. But he said all models can be wrong, but we are doing fine without models too. Perhaps we don't need models at all. So actually, this is a concept which is very interesting for scholars. So it is not about asking whether the artificial intelligence is going to replace scholars. So the debate is ongoing, and there is a number of counter-arguments here. So there is this concept of data-driven science. So raw data, raw objective data do not exist because data always comes in a context with a certain interpretation, and there is this third Arthur C. Clarke's principle. So every sufficiently advanced technology cannot be distinguished from magic. And finally, note that seemingly there are no good definitions of artificial intelligence. I personally like this definition that AI is research which is incomplete. But on the other hand, we keep on continuing the research. So the question would be, is artificial intelligence a product or a process? So answering the question, as in the title, if one would think that the issue that we have with understanding the artificial intelligence results from the fact that we do not have the sufficient understanding of what it means to be a smart human being. We built all these smart systems, intelligent systems, and now we don't know how they work. I'm personally not afraid of artificial intelligence because my observations show that natural stupidity causes much more disasters than artificial intelligence. And let me end on that.
Czekamy na pytania, bardzo proszę.
Questions?
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Pytanie bardzo konkretne.
my question is quite specific and quite commercial, in fact. What you said about DALI, which is DALI, reminded me of my own presentation, which I gave in 1977. I was a fresh graduate from the Faculty of Mathematics, specializing in alphanumeric forms, with my colleague who was an IT student. I had a presentation organized by philosophers, aesthetics. I was asking about copyright to works created by computers. And the esteemed audience responded by saying that that was absolutely impossible. They said that the computer was only a tool and only a human being can be an author. So my question is as follows. Who has the copyright to the works of art generated, well, visual art generated by DALI?
Ponieważ autorem tego, trudno powiedzieć nawet programu, nie jest jeden człowiek.
That is because the program was not authored by one person. That is a collection of many theories, many libraries, etc., etc. So who's going to collect a fee for that? And is there any copyright? Thank you very much for this excellent question. I do not have a good answer to that, but I work with lawyers who work on by connecting artificial intelligence and law. I have no doubt that there will be some regulations in this area answering your question. Let me only say that at this point in time, there are also attempts to form some legal personality of such artificial entities. So in time, well, we may find out that there will be something like this DALI concept. Well, so would that would be a question whether that the copyright holder would be the author or the creator of the program, or should we split that among all authors of works, say via blockchain? But there will be some regulations coming. Well, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I need to stop this debate because we're under time pressure.
Niestety nie mogę. Mamy taką mam rolę, przepraszam. Mamy ostatni wykład i może tutaj odniosę się może do tych uwag na temat pluralizmu. Mieliśmy do tej pory 5 wystąpień przedstawicieli ze świata nauki.
Okay, so now it's time for one more speaker before the lunch break. And now the next speaker will be Stefan Życzkowski, and he will talk about artificial intelligence, but he will adopt the perspective of a big corporation. The floor is yours. My name is Stefan Życzkowski. I'm a wild card because I'm not a professor, I'm not a scientist. My father was a professor, my brother is a professor, but I'm not, because I'm not even trying, so I can't be a professor. But I am very grateful for the time allocated to me, and I will try to present what I do professionally. I'm an entrepreneur, engineer, and I wanted to talk to you about history and activities of the company called Aster. I established that together with my brother in 1987. Our capital back then was $100. Now it sounds like a fairy tale, but back then these were 4 salaries. My mom working for Jagiellonian University earned $27, more or less, at that time per month. So I realized that we as a generation achieved a lot. The war started in Ukraine this year, and when you look back, in 1987, we had the Russian military, we had the Russian army in Poland. So we often complain, but when you look back, our generation and the generation of our parents, I have to say we achieved so much when you look back at the whole history and the whole millennium.
Robotyzacją, cyfryzacją i logistyką, czyli przemysłem.
So these are our fields of specialization: automation, robotization, digitization, intralogistics. About the logo that has been changing, you can see it at the top of the slide. Everyone knows which colors are good, which colors are bad, and we even had a logo for one day. There was a lot of work put into it, and on Thursday it was accepted. We printed a newsletter out with our new logo. On the next day, I woke up, I said, no, this logo is wrong, we don't need that. So we had a logo for one day, and we started as a company with 2 people. Now we are a big Polish company. Initially, we imported the best technologies for the Polish industry, and now we do different things. We import quite a lot, but we are beginning to export what we have manufactured. And as for a vision, I always recommend it. Privately, professionally, you need a vision, a far-fetched vision. People say, oh, there is crisis, we don't know what will happen next. No, we need to know where we want to be in 8 years. We want to be the most trusted provider of smart technologies for industry in Central and Eastern Europe. That's our vision for 2030. If we go in this direction, it means it is good. If it is not happening in this direction, it is bad. And as for our mission, we want to lead responsibly and humanistically towards the industry of the future. We wanted to have a short mission. We worked on that in 3 days as a team of 40 people, and then we decided what we understand when we say responsible. We want to do win-win solutions. We want to make money. Employee needs to be satisfied, and customer needs to be satisfied. So suppliers, providers, colleagues, everyone needs to operate with us on the basis win-win. We lead. It means we want to be a leading Polish company, trendsetters. We train people. We have practical knowledge. We are very open. We can share our knowledge. Humanistic. Well, we create valuable jobs for us and for our customers, because it's been said that automation, robotics take away jobs. Yes, but they take away jobs that we don't want to do, like repetitive functions. People want to use their minds. We don't want manual, menial work. We have a great place to work. It is very important because we check satisfaction of our employees. We have very high results, like the top great places to work in Poland. We have engineers for zero. It is our contribution in Industry 4.0, the industry of the future. I will discuss it later. Automation, robotization, digital transformation of plants. We work as a team. Here there are values of our work: cooperation, loyalty, integrity, involvement, reliability, and a balance between private life, professional life. It is very difficult. It is difficult for everyone. I remember my dad, he was always at work, always working, also when he was at home. So on the other hand, we achieved a lot. There were many benefits for us as the family, but it was very difficult to find a balance. As for business lines, You can see our own brands that we created. We import and export now to European countries, US, Australia, Japan, and to the Middle East. And because that's not the presentation, which is extremely commercial, I can skip it and move forward. We are located in Smolensk 39, very close to these premises. There is exhibition of robotics. Come to us on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, exhibition of robotics. Automated plant is being shown in 2013. We decided to open a permanent exhibition, a unique one. So you are very much warmly invited. Come and see it. And we have another exhibition in Wrobela 3. It is an open exhibition. You can come anytime. It is the best idea to make an appointment, but you will see practical applications of state-of-the-art technologies. It is a unique place in Kraków. So 2 showrooms, one in Smolensk, the other one in Wrobela Street, one more focused on software and automatics, the other robotics and smart robotics. As for Great Place to Work, it is a very good survey. You have to pay for it. It is an American solution. Americans are the best at that. They have their office in Poland, and you can ask these questions to all the employees who have to answer various questions about salaries, their relations with the employer, promotion policy, how the company is managed, and if 80% gives positive replies, it means our company is great. And you can see the results of our company for the last 10 years as compared with the Polish average. For Poland, the average is not impressive. It is like 50%. For us, it is 86%. And a few words about me. Thank you so much for giving me the floor to present my company and myself. I'm an entrepreneur. I am very proud of the title that I received 13 years ago of the person who changes the Polish industry. I am a part of the Golden Book of Graduates of the Technical University of Kraków, and I was called the innovator of the Małopolska region. I guess I'm the only person with the Master of Engineering title on the Polish Academy of Sciences Committee for Automatics and Robotics. And I've been very active on this committee for the last 2 years, mostly remote meetings for the last 2 years. But I have to say that we created an association of employers in the sector of automatics and robotics, and we have 15 companies that compete on a daily basis, but here they come together in this association, and in order to be there, you need to have the majority of the Polish capital. So every 3 weeks, every employee of mine receives a proposal to go to work elsewhere. So the same happens to me because I receive offers every several weeks to sell my company, and I'm not going to do that. So I got used to that process, that I receive these proposals all the time. So now let me say a few words about Industry 4.0. Let me start with science. Scopus, the number of scientific publications about this sector, like 20,000 of publications, growing number, and development of the subject matter started in 2016. First mentions were in 2011. Now the whole world is dealing with that. It was a study at the beginning of 2020. So for 2020, these are not finite numbers. So you have 20,000 publications. As for Astor, we had plenty of publications. It is our contribution. There was a lot of involvement. We are the leading company here. We published the white paper in 2016. So at the beginning of this trend, then we introduced this notion of an Engineer 4.0. So unlike Engineer 3.0, Engineer 4.0 has some differences, how to be modified from the conventional engineer into the engineer 4.0. These reports are on our website. You may download them free of charge. They are also in the paper version. There was publication from Harvard Business Review, Finances of Industry 4.0. We introduced our own notions there, which allows to measure. Well, and I had conversations with professors, so it is debatable. There is one index showing, one indicator shows one number, and it shows how our company is prepared to adapting new technologies for production. It is introduced, it is described, you can have a look. In 2020, together with the Kraków Technology Park, the University of Science and Technology and other partners, we created an exhibition center for Industry 4.0. I guess it is the best center of that kind in Poland, and it is located in Kraków. If we wanted to show one slide and to say what is there in the 20,000 publications, so obviously it is a simplification. Industry 4.0 happens when we have a set of technical innovations or a catalog of technical innovations organized in such a way that we have a growth of the value of chain of manufactured goods. I guess you were brought up, like myself, on Mały Fiat vehicle in Poland. So a Fiat, small Fiat, big Fiat, all the time we could see white cars. They were all white cars with many problems. Now Industry 4.0 and started in the automotive, but what can happen is mass individualization. So cycle after cycle. It is simple for the automotive, but if you think about furniture, that everyone may order a different chair, and the producer can do that on the manufacturing line, and the producer may obtain orders online and combine it all together, it would be Industry 4.0 in the furniture manufacturing. Poland is a great producer of manufactured furniture, but obviously there are challenges ahead of us. As for innovations, we are part of the industry. I don't want to talk only about industry, but perhaps I should say what we have done for the local community. And what we've done, the exhibition of robotics. Kids may go there, have a look at robots. It was the first event like that in the world. People from Kawasaki came from Japan. They saw it and they built something like that, but much bigger in Tokyo. But we were the example that you may send a text message and the robots may do different things, and thousands of people go there, see that there are visitors in great numbers attending this exhibition. There were some repairs, and now, no repairs, but not on our exhibition, but in Smolensk Street, but it will be reopened in November. As for innovations for science, we financed a private monument. It was the idea of the Jagiellonian University, the monument to the famous mathematician Banach, but they didn't have money, and we financed that. There was a design. And there was 2 months ahead before installing on the 16th of October 2016, when 2 famous mathematicians had a famous conversation in the Planty Park, and there was no permit. There was no permit for the monument. You didn't have this piece of paper, you couldn't erect the monument. And city councillors helped us on that, because the idea was the monument. And here we decided to build a bench, and the bench was taken over by the Greenery Authority for Kraków. So basically it is the only monument financed by the private company in Kraków, the monument to the famous mathematician. Education, what we did for education. In our field, we decided that strategically speaking, there is a deficit of programmers of robots. There is a shortage of that, and we have a special, unique structure, namely the only robot like that. All our competitors look and watch it, and they are trying to fill this gap. It looks like a toy, like a toy robot, but it's programmable like a Kawasaki robot. So you may take a program from a big industrial robot and you can learn on that one. It is cheaper. It can be sold for schools. It was shown on the first day. That's what it looks like. What did we do with the robot? We prepared software, plenty of intellectual value in the programming of the robot so that it behaves like the Kawasaki robot. We sold it to Kawasaki. So we brought timber to the woods because we exported 2 robots to Japan. The Japanese accepted that, and under the brand Astorino and globally Kawasaki Astorino, it will be sold as educational robot. It was sold in Poland to several universities, and there will be a more mass production, so to say. It is not really a toy like Lego blocks, but it is identical in programming like an industrial robot. And if you write a new program on this, let's say, toy version, you may transfer it to a bigger industrial robot. Now, artificial intelligence, I was very curious. I wanted to listen to these previous speeches. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, we do that when we can save money. Maybe you don't make money, but you save money. We are a sponsor of Wisła Kraków. I used to be a footballer in Wisła Kraków Football Club. So we promoted our brand with Wisła Kraków, and last year we created AWEWA barometer. So we have an awareness of the situation in the industry. Barometer, so checking something, measuring something. It was based on artificial intelligence. I know I have to wrap it up. I was trying to be very brief. I'm sorry if I'm too long. I'm talking for too long. So you can see attendance of football fans on the stadium. So we wanted more people to buy tickets, and we wanted the stadium to be full. We wanted to support Wisła Kraków Football Club. So at such a ball is the number of football fans, and they were changing numbers because, for example, they were champions of Poland, so there was a bigger ball, more football fans attending. Or Jakub Błaszczykowski, a famous footballer, appeared in the Wisła Kraków football fan, so there was a bigger ball. Otherwise, they were smaller, so there was lower attendance. So what happened here? It was a Tuesday, minus 10 degrees, February, a lot of snow, very small ball, so very small number of football players, fans. So we wanted to make a prediction for the future. What will be the number of football fans during the next match? It is quite risky. You have to calculate it and say, during the next match, there will be 12,000 people. It was like starting a conversation with football fans. At the beginning, we're showing lower numbers to encourage more football fans to come and prove us wrong. So it was like a kind of a game. You could see a situation before every match, forecasts that there will be 12,000, 10,000, 20,000, and we had a situation, Lech Poznań Football Club. We had very good predictions. At the beginnings, we showed lower predictions, and football fans started to come in greater numbers. I'm sorry, you have to wrap it up, sorry. So here, what happened? The COVID ended and everything changed. The algorithm didn't take into account the COVID pandemic situation. So artificial intelligence didn't know that. So only natural intelligence can grasp that, a special event like that. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. It was Stefan Życzkowski. Many thanks to the company Astor, which is the sponsor of our scientific conference and of our jubilee. Thank you so much. I'm closing this session. Now it's time for a lunch break, and after the lunch break, please come back. Thank you very much indeed.
Proszę Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that please come back at 2:10, so 10 minutes after 2. 10 minutes after 2. Thank you.
Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę.
The streets feel alive. We're mixed with light. Ghost town blown down, and light shines bright. Going fast like a blast on a train, on a boat, on a plane, so you can feel the rush again. And it's heaven on
Szanowni Państwo, jest 10 po...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:10, and according to the plan, we should start the last part of our session. There are 6 papers ahead of us, 6 lectures, so I believe we'll proceed as follows. We'll have a collective debate after 3 papers before the coffee break. So, welcome, and let us move on to the session, which is called the pandemic and the culture. At the first meeting, on day 1, Laura Spinney said that the pandemic was defined by men, and men decide when it starts and when it ends. So I'm far from giving here any medical indication, but I think this is a perfect transition to what we call culture, what is between the man and the world, what is produced by men, and what defines its our relation to the reality. Men then can use their experience to some actions, activities that we generally call science, mythology, culture, etc. So we'll start with Kraków. We have Mr. Robert Piatkowski, who is the representative of the mayor of Kraków for culture and animation of culture, an entrepreneur, and an assistant professor of several universities in Kraków. Sir, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the mayor of Kraków, Professor Jacek Majchrowski, let me thank you first for this collaboration with the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences on your jubilee, but also for this excellent selection of topics during your celebration, and for adding culture to the array of topics covered. Together, we are building the important space, the important platform for debating about the future of man here in Kraków. So I was invited by Professor Ostrowski to tell you how the culture of Kraków managed to survive the pandemic here. And there is a certain optimistic note. So, when leaving this room, find the Kraków Culture, the program and the plan for about 6,000 events, exhibitions, concerts, festivals, and trade fairs. You might say that this is the time of reaping the benefits in culture, or some could maliciously make this mean remark about the band playing on Titanic, which was sinking. So is that the proof, the evidence of the resilience of culture, or its carelessness? The city pumped some additional funds in 2020, 2021, and this year. All reserves of the institution and the city were used for COVID prevention and battling. There were also many efforts put into postponing certain or delaying certain events. But then we have people leaving. We have this churn of employees. Younger employees are tempted by options of remote work and additional benefits to work elsewhere and not in the sector of culture. So this is a big challenge to sail through tempestuous seas. And indeed, culture's coral reef in the situation of this global warming. So to give you an indication, we have about 500 institutions of culture in Kraków. These are branches, centers, culture houses, which are operated by the city, by the municipality, by the region, private institutions, NGOs, and the 500 includes music club, bookstores, jazz clubs, what's been called enterprises, but these are also institutions of cultures. 100 museums, 8 orchestras, choirs, 100 libraries, not to mention libraries in schools and universities. For years, Kraków has been at the forefront of the European cities in terms of expenditure and investment in culture against the budget. That is 5% of the total budget of the city, more than 300 million of zloty. And we invest as much into greenery, and Montreal is envious of the percentage. Montreal is much richer, has a bigger pool of money for these purposes. Then we have a rich ecosystem of NGOs. We have more than 400 NGOs, and their role is so important, with so many animators of culture and educators of culture who work in the spaces in between. They call themselves the plankton, they call themselves the connective tissue, but they've also called themselves the precariat of culture because of a sudden cessation of fund influx for their grants, projects, etc. We still don't know how to analyze and investigate this coral reef. This is a complex organism, and the General Statistical Office is unable to analyze it either. The data does not offer a precise reflection of all the phenomena. We have underground movement, informal associations and groups. So let me give an example. In June 2021, so it was right in the very middle of the pandemic, the main statistical office reported that in spite of the pandemic and all the limitations, more than 4 million people visited galleries in Kraków and in region. The 4,500 events were organized. So that report showed that Kraków had this varied, multifaceted, and appreciated and highly recognized offers. And therefore, if 50% of people, of visitors, of galleries, museums, is the number, we can see that this high participation in culture across the country is focused in Kraków, and the audience has been loyal in spite of all the restrictions. But the research doesn't, and the survey doesn't show the entire complexity of the theme. Only recently, museums have been reporting sales growth. There's quite positive outlooks on the growth of the tourist traffic. In 2023, it is to reach and will bounce back to the level of 2019, 23 million of visitors. Institutions like orchestras and halls and theaters report that performances, concerts, they sell at the very last moment. So income from the sale of tickets in theaters used to cover all the costs, but now they only cover 60% of their expenditures. So the society changed in terms of spendings on culture. So that could be a risk to maintain resilience of that coral reef. So that is the fragile imbalance, the shrinking resources of the cultural sponsorship. So as I move to the concept of financing culture, so after that forced lockdown, Poland was strongly moved to open up in terms of economy. culture has this strong participation in culture that is 3.5% GDP, more than mining and agriculture to get that. Well, hairdressers and fitness centers opened before theaters and concert halls. I have nothing against hairdressers and fitness centers, but that process dramatically showed that culture is still not considered a part of the economy, and it plays the key role and generates employment. During the pandemic, we had to struggle to support small cinema theaters. We had to negotiate rent with private owners so that do not increase rent to private bookstores. So we had to save artists in the city. They are the immanent part of our urban landscape. We had to support groups, teams. It was also important to motivate leaders of our institutions. But then it was important to motivate those who were only drifted on the surface, and they were anxious before diving and adopting to the new forms of activity. Many institutions decided to take some dramatic steps, like terminate their contracts with cleaning companies or security companies. The director of one of bigger Kraków museums, he began to work as the cloak person and janitor in the museum. So do you think that the culture is resilient? Can we prove that culture can survive? Is that the SWOT analysis? And have we failed or passed that difficult exam? So I wanted to share with you our successes, but actually this success path, that track record could be misleading. In Canada, in the USA, there were major collapses of institutions of culture. For example, a large agency uniting hundreds of artists has been liquidated and broken down into smaller institutions. We have the first VOD TV in Poland for culture. We have the policy of culture that has been working together with artists and awards. Our films have been awarded. Our performances have been awarded. So this good crisis worked to our benefit to some extent. At least we're trying to change our operating method and learn from our mistakes. So that scale of event continues. We have made many attempts at repair the situation, but there are yet other issues and difficulties on the way. Certainly, our institutions have used the time for new partnership and innovation, in particular in the digital era and sphere. In spite of crisis, we made some important decisions for the sector of culture, like the building the Center of Culture, purchase of the District of Historical Hospitals of Kraków, to build the Center for Culture in Kraków. And in spite of the pandemic, we also completed libraries, and we opened a new section of the Museum of Photography. After many years of renovation, the Krzysztofory Museum and Center was opened. Our guests rediscovered the potential of museums like the Royal Castle, of Wawel, we can see digitalization of our collections. Digital walks were the phenomenon of the time, digital festivals, and ever-growing library of audiovisual content. I'd like to give you an example. Typically, we have about 8 to 10,000 members of audience of this Divine Comedy Theatre Festival, and 30,000 members of audience watch the festival remotely, and 80,000 spectators were watching were following our festivals. Mysteria Paschalia festival would typically have 8,000 spectators, and all of a sudden we had 80 million. So the conclusions from the pandemic are obvious. So that is that is an offer to the global society, to the global community. Congresses mentioned many issues like the copyright, the patronage of the city. We could see all that spilling out, and that showed that it's so important to operate in this epoch of continuous changes, the VUCA era. It was necessary to build the resilience of the sector. And last but not least, few words of response to what is a real challenge in this pre- or inter-pandemic era, because there are still more to come. So it is about the culture and its ability to build resilience of our cities. It is about the culture being the tool for the necessary social changes, for the culture to work as the agenda for the changes in 2020 to 2030, even the climate challenge. If we look at the Venice Biennale, we can see there all the crises of the contemporary era: elitism, isolation, loneliness, climate changes, women and their fight for independence. So it is very important that we see what's near us. In Krakow and the surroundings, we've started collaboration to support each other. We have the surroundings of Krakow, and that is not only the bedroom of Krakow, that is also the source of our resources. We want to talk about culture that builds social capital. The city considers it's the most important goal to build this capital. Mayor Mark Majchrowski said in the first days of the pandemic that responsible culture is the culture that can create mechanisms that would serve survival of its own sector. Such culture can also initiate and stimulate collaboration, intention to work, and key values like collaboration, because the crisis shows that collaboration is more important than competition. So collaboration instead of competing. So these are the key assumptions that we need to invest, the mechanism that support networking, responsibility of NGOs, institutions of culture of the city, and other stakeholders and actors. Culture is a fragile and a mechanism and organism full of inequalities. The pandemic may also cause irreparable damage to culture. So this is why that is our key goal for the nearest future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję za to.
Thank you very much for this introduction about Kraków. for this excellent adherence to time. Well, as a moderator, I was very happy to see that, and now we're going to have the next speaker.
And his book, Anatomy of the Soul, one of the priests said, come on, a soul doesn't have any anatomy, but I guess he knows everything about the anatomy of the soul. And today he's going to talk about pandemic and the virus of the apocalypse. No, the soul doesn't have any anatomy. The priest was right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Professor, congratulations. Before I forget, so congratulations on the Jubilee, on such an impressive anniversary. And I know my time is limited here, so obviously it will be a certain shortcut, a certain overview. So I will try to follow my time limits. I look at Wojtek's face. I know he's very strict and he will tell me to stop talking suddenly. All right. Pandemic and the virus of the apocalypse. I've got my watch with me, my clock actually. So, until recently, it seemed to us that words such as pestilence, plague, epidemic were buzzwords from a completely anachronistic dictionary, and that documentary and literary narratives depicting the plague were a thing of the past. Yes, from time to time we have heard about some individual outbreaks of plague, like swine flu or Ebola virus, but they were localized in individual localities, so it has not clouded our sense of well-being. The sudden appearance of SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus changed the situation radically. The impact was strong. The invisible enemy was annexing more and more territory at high speed, and the consequences of the appearance of this previously unknown form of the virus were tragic. A chill blew from the future. More timid began to speak of the end of the world, some kind of end, anthropologically speaking, because that's my perspective here, shows that the most startling feature of the coronavirus outbreak was the reactivation of situations of behavior that we had known from historical accounts of the plague. So the revival of the archaic in the heart of modernity, because in a technologically oriented modernity, conquering the space, using state-of-the-art techniques to treat people, an invisible power appears out of the blue, and the power cannot be tamed. It turns out that collective reactions in the encounter with the unknown were very similar to those recorded in historical accounts. Border demarcation, isolation at home, stigmatization, looking for the ones to blame. In medieval times, these were Jewish, poisoning the wells. Now it was the Chinese, the Ruskis, the refugees, the pharmaceutical companies, Bill Gates, nurses, doctors. The plague could not have happened on its own. Someone had to be behind it. The culprit had to be found and punished. The web became a showcase for a popular view, and the narratives copied then, circulated there, were like fairground stories. Rumors, conspiracy theories appeared on the internet at an exponential pace. Individual behaviors were similar to historical reaction. On the one hand, asceticism, calls to penance, prayers in churches. On the other hand, orgiastic merriment, drunkenness, nervous laughter. One pole was frenetic joy, which was to subdue fear. On the other, hidden weeping of mourners at homes. A modern version of the epidemic battle between the carnival and the fasting. The analogies went even further. They included the explanations of origins of epidemics. In history, the plague was perceived as punishment for the committed sins. It was perceived very clearly in a historical, in a religious perspective. In the case of coronavirus, the same explanatory scheme took place. It had two forms: a religious version, which understood the epidemic as a punishment for transgressing God's commandments, like sexual debauchery, or, let me quote, some materials. It was due to gender and queer. But in a secular version, it was a punishment for years of brutal interference with the ecosystem and imperial exploitative approach to nature. The only thing that changed was iconography. Death in historical images was shown as a ghostly woman or skeleton with scythes. It was replaced by visually appealing portraits of coronaviruses, deconstructed by electron microscopes. Maria Poprzedzka wrote about it, moved by this fact. Hello, Madam Professor. Coronaviruses are fabulously colorful: sapphires, celandines, pinks, carmines, amaranths, orange, blue, emeralds. As never before, the screens pulsate with colors. Television has not had such striking scenery for a long time. So they were mysteriously illuminated, they loomed in nebulous spaces, unquote. So in the pandemic of the 21st century, we could see a sophisticated abstraction like that. For me, the most important thing, the most interesting thing in these narratives was the intersection between hard medical discourse with a religious discourse. On the one hand, the epidemic situation was described using biological, medical words. So there were indicators, numbers, percentages. On the other hand, there were narratives enriched with the language and imagery of the Apocalypse of St. John. And in particular, we could see very clear threat of imminent time of last judgment. Reaching for the Apocalypse of John should not be surprising in the Western world. To this day, it is a very handy matrix of meanings that allows us to describe terrible events that fall outside the norm. It allows us to give them some meaning that exceeds the immediate reality. It is no coincidence that elaborate apocalyptic references appeared in some contexts. Let me give you two, the most striking cases that we all remember, namely the disaster in Chernobyl. Chernobyl in Russian became an apocalyptic toponym because it means wormwood star. There were similar narratives around the terrorist attack on the WTC towers, so 9/11. The coronavirus pandemic has also become susceptible to being placed in this apocalyptic explanatory scheme. It is quite understandable. As Frank Kermode shown in his book The Sense of an Ending, we cannot live without some vision of the end. People who are in medias res, according to Kermode, so in the middle of events, make an effort of imagination to create coherent schemes that, through the assumption of an end, allow to coexist with the genesis, which is the origin, and with the middle. So the image of the end cannot be fully and permanently falsified. A great role is played in this process by fiction, heuristic fictions whose task is to explain and to consolate. Because the world, contrary to our beliefs, it is not teleological. It is not teleological. It does not move naturally towards some preordained end. It is our cultural fictions that make us believe so. The Apocalypse of John, like few narratives in the Western world, is this kind of heuristic fiction which models our thinking about future time. And it has a fascinating quality that you know. It is extremely malleable. Let us note, reality falsifies prophecies from the Apocalypse, so the end doesn't come eventually, but the Apocalypse remains intact. It is instrument for multiple purposes. You can reach for that once again in some time, and once again you will be able to capture a difficult event in a certain historiographical scheme. And once again, as Karl Löwitz, the philosopher of history, has noticed, quote, "One may ask with astonishment why normal human reason has never been able to persuade Christians to relinquish their future expectations as an illusion. The only conclusion that faith and hope draw from the fact that this world has continued to live after Christ for 2000 years as if nothing had happened, to suggest the proximity of the theological eschaton, is the conclusion that the end is delayed. Therefore, it will still come," unquote. But as I see it, it does not solve the matter fully, because there is a burning question still in place. So how can we think in serious terms about the apocalypse today? Should we leave this dark, ambiguous text to biblical scholars and leave it alone? Or is it just an attractive in literary terms, but anachronic case of Jewish apocalyptics? Because the Apocalypse of St. John is part of a bigger genre. And perhaps the most important thing is it still a credible narrative? That's the most important part for me. Is it still a credible narrative about our reality? Can it give something to us? Do we have something in common? So, simple questions. What about the apocalypse? What about our apocalyptic thinking? Firmly rooted in our heads. Perhaps it is the pandemic, the great fermata, that happened to us is the right moment to take a certain view on the apocalypse virus, to look at it from a certain distance. I use this metaphor on purpose. I'm talking about the virus of the apocalypse, because the way it's spread is just like the historiographical scheme in the Apocalypse of John has spread. Well, so both ways of spreading of the virus and of the apocalypse, all these things are very similar. So let us try and think about it. Will the Apocalypse of St. John, extremely expressive and enigmatic narrative, written 2000 years ago, used and overused for centuries, will be still active in the collective imagination? Will it be so intriguing literally and attractive in terms of explanation that it will be used again as a useful interpretation instrument for historical events at the times of the crisis? It is not a trivial question, because here we have two issues in parallel. Firstly, the basic understanding of the content of St. John's revelation. There were plenty of interpretation. Beriayev wrote about it 100 years ago, that this kind of literature about the apocalypse is the weakest exegesis, biblical exegesis that you may come across. Secondly,
odniesienia wizji końca w niej przedstawionej do konkretnych wydarzeń.
What about specific historical events?
Prawo jest być może nawet bardziej fundamentalne.
Maybe it is even more fundamental, because it is about the way of experiencing and understanding the times we live in. It doesn't really matter whether we are aware of that or not. Collective reactions to the recent pandemic, or some reactions at least, prove that the apocalyptic scheme has not disappeared. It is doing quite well, despite the fact that its form and content are radically different from non-religious, rationalized, technologized, and scientific mentality of the contemporary world. We don't know what will happen in the future. We'll live, we'll learn. The future likes to be full of surprises. It is not predictable for... Actually, it is unpredictable for everyone. But I can say that it can be predicted that the next major civilizational crisis or the next global catastrophe once again will activate the potential embedded in the apocalyptic narrative. Once again, in the heat of emotions, all these biblical pericopes will be brought to mind, and people will try to prove that prophecies were correct. Once again, some of us will hear the overpowering sound of the hooves of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. It is highly likely. And it is because, at least so far, there is no competing scenario for John's vision. Secular eschatologies somehow fit into the biblical narrative when they herald the end of the world, like the final flood, the final fire. Ekpyrosis has been known since Greek ancient times. And the secular eschatologies don't have the certainty of the Bible. Usually, these are human explanations and human visions. So under these circumstances, perhaps it is worth revisiting the apocalypse and rethink its message. The basic prerequisite for this new approach is abandoning an instrumental reading of the text. We can't treat it literally, according to the strategy that has been compromised and ridiculed so many times. We need to break with simplistic referentiality of the apocalypse, because it has failed so many times as a tool for interpretation. So, my suggestion is, perhaps we should read the text of the Apocalypse of St. John in a different way, against the tradition, giving up on hermeneutic biblical exegesis. Let's do it just as a test. Perhaps we need this kind of intellectual and spiritual hygiene, and then we may see in this stunning text things that previous eras were unable to see. Maybe they couldn't even see it. An original and thought-provoking proposal was presented here by Krzysztof Michalski, an eminent philosopher who died quite recently, among the greatest experts of Husserl and Heidegger's philosophy. In his intriguing text, A Short History of the Apocalypse and its Secularization, he presented a certain vision, a certain exegesis. The keystone here is the way of understanding the time. So Michalski, in a nutshell, distinguishes between two radically different interpretations of the content of the apocalypse. According to the first, they call mythological one. It is the most widespread one. It is about the events from the near future. undefined future. It is a story about a powerful disaster, the end of the world as we know it, followed by the last judgment. And there is the other interpretation. Let us call it the existential one. The key expression, which is repeated, the time is near. It is even in the first chapter. The time is near does not mean an extraordinary event from an unspecified future. It refers to each individual moment separately, which means that in essence, each moment contains the possibility of the end of the world we had known so far, and it also contains the possibility of a new beginning. So according to this, the event referred to as an apocalypse is not postponed for a near future. It is happening here and now at every moment of my life. In this understanding, the phrase, the time of the apocalypse, does not loom somewhere on the horizon. It cannot be postponed or delayed. It is the time in which I am living right here, right now. The paradox is as follows. The first interpretation, the story of a disaster with all atrocities, fire, locusts, monsters, dragons. It opens up to us, despite of these horrors, the hope of relative peace and security. The apocalypse, understood in this way, becomes an instrument for delaying various horrors, which are said to await us at the end of time. The other one shakes us out of our daily lethargy and tells us to be cautious and on guard, because at every moment our salvation or damnation is decided. The apocalypse, in the second sense, does not offer consolation. We cannot settle conveniently in the world that we know. No, quite the opposite is true. It emphasizes the fragility, the temporality of every form which surrounds us. In the first interpretation, the apocalypse postpones the time of the end indefinitely and becomes an instrument of consolation. In the other interpretation, which is anti-mythological, the apocalypse is no longer a story what will happen at the end of time, but it becomes a personalized appeal to each of us. The phrase "the time is near" does not speak about foreseeable future, but it makes us more aware to the value of each moment. Repeats to us, be on guard, not sometime in the future. Be vigilant now, because in every approaching moment, the end of the world is happening and our lives are being decided. At the time of apocalypse, understood in this way, a narrative freed from a literally understood religious pattern, the phrase "I will come soon" does not mean a single event at the end of time. The phrase "the time is near" means that potentially every moment of time in isolation may be the moment when our fate is decided. So this apocalyptic nature is a different name for temporality of human existence. The apocalypse, understood in such a way, happens all the time. Each moment potentially opens up to a possibility of change. Each is the moment of the end of the known world and the opening of a new one. In this interpretation, with all its symbols and visions, the apocalypse ceases to be a story of how it will be at the end of time, but becomes a personalized appeal to each of us. The phrase "the time is near" is not about the end at the end of time, but as I've mentioned, make us more aware to the value of each moment, not sometime soon, right here, right now. because the end of the world is actually happening right here, right now, and our lives are being decided. So this dimension of time, perceived like that, means that each moment contains the beginning, the end, condemnation, salvation, become components of each moment individually. They do not form an external frame, external towards some temporal points. So in other words, apocalyptic nature is not a dark tale of looming dangers, bloody rains, falling stars, locust attacks, other atrocities. No, it is the name of a condition in which our fate is being decided at every moment. And finally, if we accept this modernized version of the last book of the Bible, we will see that there is no need to throw John's vision away. There is no need to place it to the warehouse of texts which are totally outdated. It is enough to change its way of reading it. Perhaps this particular time of the pandemic, the time which is suspended, frozen, immobilized, the time of the apocalypse, but in the sense that I've just explained, is a very good time to rethink the apocalyptic heritage of the Western world. Not to get rid of it, as I've said, but so that we can see the apocalypse in the new light. And that this newly perceived apocalypse show us the reality in a new shape. Towards the end, I want to say that the Greek apokalypsis means to reveal, to uncover, to unveil, to tear down the veil. That's all that is to it. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję za to.
Thank you very much indeed for this introduction into a very broad context on functioning culture and its texts and possibilities of their interpretation. We started from a total vision to historical matters, and the second presentation, the last but one, Dr. Pęskalska-Falkowska, an expert on the history of medicine, early modern times. She works at the Medical University in the name of Karol Marcinkowski in Poznań, and she will talk about epidemics perceived through historians' eyes. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I was invited to co-creating this session, I felt that it was a mark of distinction, but I also felt this huge responsibility. I'm only a doctor among professors, but why not? Why not me? Perhaps someone from this younger generation of Polish researchers could explain what we do in our research. So indeed, all pandemics for quite some time have been the main area of my research. So I was thinking about giving this presentation and the perspective. So should I be speaking from the perspective of a young person, from the perspective of a person who lives in a contemporary world when we have the full knowledge of the bacteria, viruses for over 100 years? We've come to learn about bacteriostatics. We've been manufacturing antibiotics, and we have many healthcare systems. So that's exactly is my perspective. If we ran a test right now and we ask ourselves what happened if we had the pandemic of the plague here in Krakow in the 18th century, in the case of the bubonic plague, 30 to 35% of participants of this conference would die. If it were, had it been the 14th century, every second person would have died. If that bubonic plague would take a form of the septicemic plague, then lots of people would die. And let me remind you that the most recent plague ended 1.5 years ago in Madagascar, and that type of plague is quite common among some animals in Central Asia. So how did people survive in that period? There was just one simple way of surviving. One had to flee. When on the 11th of March 2020, the WHO announced the status of the global pandemic, we learned about it actually everywhere and all places, and we're prepared at what could happen. We were expecting a political crisis, an economic crisis, and perhaps a social crisis. We expected a trauma in societies. We also expected individuals to go through trauma. Why was it? Our collective imagination, fed with works of art, visual art, films, was suggesting potential scenarios. So to some extent we could understand that that would be the end of mobility, new forms of production coming up, certain trade activities suspended. But indeed, my generation knew that that was actually our second pandemic. The older generation, over the past 65 years, went through 4 different pandemics. In 50s and 1960s, there were some announcements of flu. In 2009, the bird flu pandemic was announced. And when I was asking my students whether they were aware that that was their second pandemic, they were saying no, that they weren't, that that was the first pandemic in their lives. Was that true? How about this bird flu? Did it have any specific impact on the imagination of Westerners? But it definitely had an impact on the imagination of the Westerners. It is not only COVID-19 that had an impact on a generation, which is stored in the collective memory. Actually, every single historical epoch had its own plague that was responsible for introduction of certain social structures or tools, from isolation and stigmatizing through various forms of population control, dividing space, introducing new political methods, biopolitical methods, and adopting new methods to manage population. When you look at the list of these diseases, you will see that everything except for the flu and the Spanish flu, they were real. And every few years, the WHO produces its report. And then there is always an announcement of an X disease, something unknown, brand new, and we'll have to fight with it by reducing it to what is known and by using the tools that we have used so far. And in 2018, students were saying that it was science fiction, that it couldn't happen. But historically, we had at least 2 X diseases, Black Plague, the Black Plague in the 14th century, and syphilis on the turn of the 15th and the 16th century. European doctors had no idea how to deal with this, and the first attempts at identifying syphilis were attempts at relating to to leprosy or syphilis used to be called a new form of smallpox, love-induced smallpox. So we can analyze diseases from this disciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary point of view. The latter is the most difficult approach because we need to develop a common language to communicate and describe the world by using very different grammars and also very different brand new vocabularies. So I would be more for multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach to pandemics. Pandemics, outbreaks would intensify issues that were current in then world, a world of the 17th, 14th, of 19th centuries. The pandemics are therefore the subject of research of many different disciplines, natural sciences, mathematical sciences, etc. So what's the role of historians? Historians know through their research that next to wars, the pandemics played a dominant role in developing European and non-European societies. They manifested, were demonstrated the frail nature of existence in societies. And only now today we have this simultaneous experience of the pandemics. So the important is that simultaneous experience of the pandemics here. And obviously historians, as members of other scientific disciplines, they do their analysis locally and then globally. And they emphasize that the key impact is the demographic impact. And with the right scale of morbidity or death rate, we can also expect some social changes. Moving on, people have been always trying to find some explanation for diseases, and there were quite many of these. And one would think that people will move away from such reasoning, especially when the first protective vaccination was developed, and that coincided with the development of anti-vaccination movement. Then there were new substances developed that would solve centuries-long issues like the problem of syphilis, but all these procedures and methods and behaviors remain. So all these non-pharmaceutical interventions nowadays, they all go back to what we've already saw. The 19th century brought us this incredible development of science. So this biopolicy was born, as well as health management at the level of population. So one would think that Europe and the Western world would deliver on all the ideas of the Enlightenment. But it turned out that the European imperialism would be the cause for and the reason for spreading infectious diseases globally. So such pandemics have been and remain a constant element of history. They will only change in forms, there will be change in pathogens responsible for their migration and for their spreading. But they come with commerce. In his book, Plagues and People, the author claimed that the three largest catastrophes globally, William McNeill claimed that the three biggest disasters in the history of our world, in terms of the number of deaths, were the Black Plague, which is present in this collective imagination. Historians ask the question about this collective memory. Why is that we remember certain events and we forget some events? Also, historians emphasize that more or less to mid-20th centuries, pandemics were endogenous for the social order. So historically, societies could explain the reasons for pandemic outbreaks because the pandemics used to be something common, something normal. So what should be our approach to analyzing pandemics? In my opinion, we should analyze the pandemics as the social scientists do. So these were social comprehensive facts. We should also apply some specific social pandemic models, which are developed in cooperation between social scientists and historians, predominantly in the German-speaking world. So what are now the most populated, the most intensive trends in such research? So that would be analyzing the relations between pandemics and etiosopes. So it's about that imbalance between man and the natural environment. So we have research in the Black Plague, HIV/AIDS, Spanish flu, malaria. So at some point, these were signs from God, and at some point, they turned into signs from the nature. And they were supposed to demonstrate the imbalance between ourselves, people, and the world. And then the next step was to analyze microbes here. So such analyses are very popular in English-speaking countries. Oxford researchers showed how trajectories of the Black Death were changing. So the plague trajectory that goes back to the 19th century in Canton in China. So that pandemic ended before the Spanish flu started. Then we have the pandemic and related social pathologies. So here, there would be some groups responsible for the pandemic. This could be the other people or members of our societies. Some people who were not the central part of the main society. So there have been some tools that have been developed since the plague, and their history is very long. So these are COVID passports, and then the plague passports, they go back a long way. Then we have the definition of lockdown and social distancing. At this point in time, historians and social scientists show that lockdown and forms of acquiring social distance, that is related with normalizing this state of alarm, state of emergency. Well, in the past, that period of the plague was a common part of a certain social cycle. Then it's again about inequality in the face of that. Pandemics also demonstrate and uncover inequalities in income. And the research here is largely performed by Al-Fahmy and his team. And that his research shows the redistribution of wealth globally as a result of the pandemics. Alfami and et al. Pointed out that the first large redistribution of wealth had taken place shortly after the first plague. Then, no other plague pandemic had a similar effect. Then the next large redistribution of wealth followed Asian typhoid fever that in Europe. Then we can say that infectious diseases and the pandemics, they can speed up certain processes. In case of Black Death, to some extent, that resulted in new forms of capitalism. In case of typhoid fever, we have this acceleration of modernization processes. So it seems that the COVID-19 accelerated the digital revolution. So the question is what we and how we learned from history. We should be analyzing the pandemics at the interdisciplinary level and in the global context. Then we learned from history that we should be extra cautious when building analogies and coming to conclusions between historical events and contemporary events. And also, finally, history tells us that we live in exceptional times, in the times where we're free here in the Western world from the threat of an outbreak of yet another pandemic. But this is an exceptional situation globally. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo bym prosił.
Thank you. So may I have our speakers from this panel, may you please approach the table, please have a seat, and then we have a moment for questions. We have about 15 minutes.
Głosy w dyskusji.
Are there any questions? Are there any contributions? Professor Krasny.
Nie wiem, jak się...
I don't know where to stand. Perhaps I should stand over here. I have just a reflection pertaining to the paper by Professor Chaya. I'm not going to enter into polemics, but I'm just the presentation was so full of reflection. So perhaps that's why I was inspired to say something. My point is that there is a certain aspect of functioning the apocalypse during this particular epidemic. Let me just mention Professor Philippe Martin, who wrote one of the key books after the COVID on the relation between religion and the pandemic. So he started from a historical background and moved on to the current situation. And we know it from Poland as well, that the Catholic Church did not recognize the epidemic. For the Church, there was no epidemic. And it was a phenomenon which was widespread. So it was trying to squash any associations with the apocalypse. So in this case, the institution did not popularize these associations. So I would say that we could see that in Poland very clearly. And this apocalypticism is not a taught science, so to say, but experienced religion, experienced at the level of the grassroots. I would say that what is typical of the apocalyptic visions preached at the moment, unlike in the 16th century, but nowadays, those who were preachers of the apocalypse definitely did not read it. I'm talking about the 21st century. It is a striking feature. One example from utterances of Polish doctors who were called Corona celebrities, who were announcing Armageddon. Once and again, it was said, now we are about to see the Armageddon. What did it mean, in their opinion? Armageddon meant, in their perspective, that, how to put it mildly, in Bond films, well, it is called destruction of everything, kill everyone. That's what they meant by Armageddon. In the apocalypse, Armageddon is something else. Armageddon is the final victory of the good over the evil. So good wins with the evil. So actually it is a desired end. This concept of Armageddon as a total chaotic destruction is from American movies. One was even called Armageddon. And it was about some space story, some aliens, if I remember correctly. So there are different references to the apocalypse. They were quite interesting. Those referring to apocalypse had other concepts. Who are four horsemen of the apocalypse? They didn't look it up in the text, what it really meant originally. I guess they overlooked many things in various discourses, that apart from COVID, there was locust in Africa. This excellent element was not actually highlighted. So I was trying to observe it quite closely, because these topics are of interest to me. So like history, epidemics, it is of interest to me. So I would say that the reception of the apocalypse was extremely naive. You don't know anything about the apocalypse, you haven't read the Apocalypse of St. John, and you use some very superficial cultural references. That's my reflection. That's my reflection. That's an idea that came to my mind.
Tak, to bardzo proszę.
Bardzo dziękuję za ten świetny głos.
Thank you very much. An excellent comment, I would say. I fully share your point of view. Maybe I have some reservations I will explain in a moment, but I fully agree. Absolutely, you are correct. When I was talking about that, I mentioned, well, Bediaev, who called the apocalyptic, he called the exegesis of the apocalypse, he called it the most obscurant. So he called it obscurantish, outlandish, and fascatory. So it is like that at the moment as well, because you can see that, because yeah, people have heard that there will be fire, dragons, some kind of Armageddon, but what does it really mean? No one knows. I am very grateful you have said this particular thing, because I repeat it all the time. During another conference, there was a conference on anthropology. It was entitled Tomorrow. So I moved in a slightly different direction in my presentation there, and I included what you have just said. The apocalypse against the Lexis has this positive undertones. The apocalypse of St. John ends on a positive note. The new beginning is coming. And all these atrocities and all these ugly things that appear there, so all this bloodiness, bloody rains, red, black, maybe these are the most intense colors. It's not the whole picture. There is a lot of whiteness there. It is very intense, transforming lamb. And amazing phrase about the white stone, which appears at a certain point. So I agree with you. The only remark that I have, to add something, I'm not undermining what you have said, but I'm adding something to that. In Poland, you are absolutely right. the church in Poland did not notice the epidemic. But there are some utterances by Polish bishops and by bishops from Vatican, who was asked by a Polish journalist, Włodek Goldkorn, can we say that there is love at the times of the apocalypse? And the cardinal followed this discourse and he said, yes, precisely at these days of end, the end of days, the end of time, love is of utmost importance. So thank you very much for your pertinent remark. Thank you.
Nazywam się Waldemar Wiglusz, reprezentuję Towarzystwo Przyjaciół Nauk w Przemyślu.
I represent the Club of Friends of Science in Przemyśl. I'm emphasizing the location because it may be important. I'm talking to the person from the medical university because I'm curious about your opinion about the usage of amantadina to treat COVID.
Nie ma lekko, przewodniczący gania z lewa do prawa.
The moderator doesn't have an easy job. Well, I will not express any opinion. I'm a representative of the humanities, not the medical science, so I can say I don't have to give you an answer because I'm not the competent person, I have to say. All right, so the next person. Sorry, I need to come to you with the mic.
Dziękuję.
Thank you. Agnieszka Hennel-Brzozowska. If I may, I have a remark about this section of our conference. Let me say I am slightly disappointed because the topic, the pandemic versus culture, for me, I expected some information about the changes in the culture, like everyday culture, things happening during the pandemic, changes which were brought about by, well, scientific decisions apparently, but later on it turns out these were not scientifically justified actually. And one more remark. It was quite surprising to me that there was a conclusion that the Catholic Church did not recognize the pandemic. I guess we are really living in different realities. In March in Kraków and in other places, churches were almost locked or empty. I went to a mass at the Church of St. Mark nearby, and only 4 people were able to enter, and a 5th person was asked not to enter. She was denied the entrance, so the biggest celebrations were called off, like Easter celebrations were called off. So there were no people allowed in the church. So as for certain changes, there was a different conclusion that you should not walk on the greenery, on green areas. The Planty Park was locked off, was closed off. If you entered the Lasek Wolski forest, the Wolski forest, if you entered there, you could have been fined. And I received a fine, I had to pay a fine, and I walked on my own in the forest. I wanted to have some relief, to lessen the stress, to alleviate the stress, because I understood that it was quite justified on my part. I wanted to walk on my own. So these are just my remarks. I just wanted to say it out loud. Thank you very much indeed. To the first remark, I am responsible for that statement. Oh, sorry, I am responsible for the agenda of that section. I asked these particular speakers, I was thinking about art with a capital A because, well, I wanted to have a certain message. Obviously, anthropologically, historically, we can have a debate how pandemics operate, how they function. As you have said, closing of green areas is one of elements which are typical of irrational pandemic behaviors. As a person who was trapped by Beaverbrook and has been dealing with him for some time now, accumulating books about this topic, I have to remember that Aby Warburg showed very clearly that culture functions between two poles. On the one hand, we have the magic when critical thinking is switched off and the only refuge is the virtue of reason. If you look back at the First World War, everything that is preserved in the famous drawer number 14 in his archives, you can see that he proves that on everyday basis people go back to magic, people depart from reason at the times of the crisis. They move towards the magic, the magical. It is a very typical dimension of the pandemic. We could see it on a daily basis. As for the church situation, I don't know. Piotr, would you like to comment on that or not really? Very briefly, remember, our time is limited here because now we have to start our coffee break. When I said, well, no, it was not only me, because I was quoting Philippe Martin, that the church did not want to notice the epidemic. I was not saying that they followed or didn't follow sanitary limitations imposed by the state. The church did not want to notice or recognize the epidemic because it had to follow secular rules instead of using its own methods. You've mentioned some daily experiences. What was striking to me was that in 2020, in Tarnogród, in which there is the church, St. Roch's Church, I guess, in the former epidemic cemetery, and there is a feast, celebrations with relics of St. Roch every year. In 2020, there was an announcement in the parish that there will be no celebrations because there is the epidemic, and these were relics of the saint patron of the epidemic, so I can show you photos.
Znakomity fakt antropologiczny.
That's an excellent anthropological fact. I want to say that the last word, I guess, in this Q&A session. Now, once again, our appeal. You may donate money to the Polish Scientific Club in Żytomir, so please support our friends in Ukraine. Yes, cash. We collect cash. There is a box in the adjacent room. Now there is time for a coffee break. What time are we supposed to be back? So 3:50, 10 minutes to 4. Oh no, perhaps the moderator is correcting himself. 5 minutes to 4, so 3:55.
Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo proszę o zajmowanie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Przerwa jest zawsze takim apokaliptycznym czasem Dariusza Czai, coś się kończy, coś się zaczyna.
All right, so we were talking about the time of the apocalypse. Something was ending, something was beginning, and the same is happening here. There are new people in the audience coming, some people are leaving, but there are some constant points. Namely, the moderator has to take care of the order. And Professor Chaya has told me I was so strict as a moderator. Yes, that's true, I have to be strict. So now it's time for more papers, and thanks to our colleague, Mr. Govin, now we have 3 papers from the same field, 3 historians of arts and film experts, so 3 presentations in chronological order. So first of all, there will be time for Piotr Krasny, Professor Krasny, my colleague from my institute, and he's been an expert for quite a long time. He's been an expert on epidemics, and he knows a lot about culture and arts. So he will deliver a paper on works of sacred art as a visual remedy against pestilence.
Dziękuję bardzo za zaproszenie na tę.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. It is such an interesting session, and I hope I will attract your attention as well, because basically I'm going to talk about a distant past. Yes, I guess it is a good idea to move to this particular slide. When Israelis walking through the desert started to curse God, God sent fiery snakes, and they were so frightened that they approached Moses and said, "We committed sins, save us from God's wrath." And God said, "You should erect a brazen snake, and if people pray to it, they will be saved." So people looked at brazen snakes, and even if they were bitten, they were saved and healed. So a brazen snake.
Tertulian pouczał jednak,
A brazen snake became a symbol of healing, but it was not about the object itself. So looking at a brazen snake led to healing because it reminded the promise made by God. So this story in Christian culture brought us closer to visual remedies, but people were explained there is no mystery there. But in Tract catholique des Images, published in 1564, it inspires piousness of the person who is sick, and people tend to pray more. So plagues comparable to attacks from snakes were rather pestilence which decimated people, also Christians, and Christians believed it was a penance, it was a punishment for their sins, and they were looking for visual remedies against these cases of pestilence to heal those who will look at these remedies. And this role, according to ancient tradition, recorded in the Golden Legend by Voragine between 1228 and 1230, was played by the icon of the Mother of God in a procession organized by Pope Gregory in order to ask God for the end of the pestilence of the plague. So everyone who looked at the image of the Mother of God were healed. So this image was called Salus Populi Romani, and it was shown to believers during another cases of the plague, and the procession was copied in other cities. So infected people were shown with saint and sacred images.
Anteny, przepraszam bardzo. Procesje Grzegorza I naśladowano też wielokrotnie w różnych miastach.
These processions were copied in other cities, and people who were ill were presented with sacred images in Florence, in Bari, in Graz, in Innsbruck, in Prague, Madonna Svatotomska in Bro. These images proved a very successful remedy against the terrible disease. The same happened with images of Saint Roch after Constance in 1414, because this procession stopped pestilence and people were saved, and it was at the time of the council, of the church council, and both bishops and regular churchgoers were saved. And then these images were placed on both internal walls and external walls of churches, and it was placed in these places in Milan, Prague, and in 1713 in Prague there were visual remedies in the form of low reliefs with Saint Sebastian, Saint Roch, and crowds gathered around these images, looking intently at the images, hoping to be saved from pestilence. For believers, seeing meant believing, absorbing all the virtues, all the assets, all the beauty of the image. Towards the end of Middle Ages, visual remedies were even perfected, and small images were replaced by huge banners which were very ostentatious, and they expressed the hope placed in religion. They usually shown the Mother of God, the Mother of Mercy, wearing a long robe and covering threatened cities with her robe. They were also saints praying to baby Jesus to stop the epidemic, and these epidemic images were shown at the bottom of these images. Such banners could be very persuasive and impressive to the viewers because they were huge, so they could have been admired by the crowds in the streets and quarantined people remaining at home. That reminded to people that they were just a sign of the power of God. And in the 17th century, people were admonished that these huge banners were only the signs of the mercy of God, and God was merciful enough to stop the pestilence, the plague, and other infectious diseases. This mechanism of visual remedies protecting against the epidemics brought about many problems, also to the clergy, which attributed miraculous virtues to banners or images themselves. And there was one banner which was considered to be miraculous according to the legend, which said that after the day ended, and it was the day of procession, there were no fatalities, there were no new people falling ill with the infection, so there were processions organized every day. And in Bologna in 1630, there was a small group of the clergy organizing a procession with the banners like that, and they were walking empty streets of the city and empty fields when no one was inside because people were hidden at home. So the goal of the ceremony in Bologna was to purify the air using the sacred image, and it was the intention of this procession. In 1634, there was the crowning of the statuette of Madonna in San Domenico Church, and many people were said to be healed, so it was highlighting its miraculous power. And then at the beginning of the modern times, using sacred works of arts as virtual and visual remedies evoked many doubts and concerns, because new opinions appeared about the theology of pestilence and methods of combating plagues. So there was a very famous doctor, Mr. Fracastor, about natural causes of the pestilence, which started from seeds of disease, and he called upon people to implement natural methods to treat the plague. So the faith in miraculous images like the brazen snake perhaps could have undermined such a more scientific approach. And it was the opinion of Martin Luther, who criticized contemplation of images of the Mother of God during the pandemic times, because he believed that people trusted material objects more than God's grace. Many reformers shared his views, and they believed that they should place more trust in medicine and drugs, because it is a material token of God's grace. It is better to trust medicine than images like paintings and sculptures. Excessive tribute to images and paintings was criticized by some Catholic clergy members, like Francesco Panigarola. Their opinions were not widespread, and Archbishop Alfonso Gesualdo in 1596 tried to stop the organized procession with the banners of the Mother of God, but he was chased away by members of the procession. So people were believing in the healing merit of visual remedies, and people were crying out loud that they trust paintings and sculptures because they have miraculous powers.
Trudno dziwić się trwałości takich postaw, ponieważ zwalczanie epidemii za pomocą...
Combating the epidemic using natural methods was successful only to some extent, and only the progress of pestilence was slowed down. So people could hope for their personal immunity only, perhaps. So that is why they needed miraculous powers or miraculous support of various divine images. So using the healing power of works of art was also helpful, and some authorities decided to use also this method. And there were also some activities by Charles Borromeus during the plague epidemic in 1576-77, tried to undertake various activities, and there are records of his attempts, and the author of these records wrote that Borromeo followed instructions of doctors and introduced many measures to stop the spread of pestilence, but he realized that these measures were not sufficient, so he reached for spiritual methods and asked people to pray for God so that God shows mercy to the city. And Bisciola, the author of the records, said that all these methods worked and the pestilence ceased. Spiritual remedies brought relief to inhabitants of the city because it gave them power to combat the pestilence both on a collective and personal level. And there was an opinion of many doctors of the 16th century following Paracelsus, who said that fear of the pandemic impoverishes and diminishes the powers of the immune system. So it is very important to trust in God, because it is translated into lower level of fear and higher level of trust in God. So basically it was translated into better immune response. And he wanted to copy this approach during the following cases of pestilence. That is why he asked the local authorities to help to build a church devoted to Saint Roch, and it was built later on in the 16th century. It is a very impressive shape of the church, because they wanted to attract the passers-by to enter its interior. So this church was supposed to have one mass said on everyday basis, and believers were supposed to pray privately, because it was supposed to give them strength in their individual illness. So the sign of God's mercy was this impressive reliquary. It was exposed in the side altar, and the main space was devoted to the main tabernacle, and the prayers should understand in this way that the final addressee of their prayers is Jesus Christ, because only Jesus Christ is able to save them. And people were also writing poems, prayers, and in one of the poems there was an appeal to the saint: we ask you, offering this reliquary to you to contain your relics, we offer to you this church. Pray to God and try to protect us against such problems and disasters. So San Sebastiano Church was to be a very complex visual remedy, inspiring them to be more trustful in God's mercy and uplifting their spirits, and inspiring them to pray zealously for their health. And the church played this role in the city life in Milan. So it inspired not only the clergymen, but also Hippolytus Guaronini. And this method of combating the epidemic, using natural remedies but also spiritual remedies, was implemented by this doctor, combating typhoid fever. In 1611-1612, Guarignoni was trying to treat people with medical drugs, medical measures that he learned about in Padova during his university studies, but he also cooperated with the Jesuit priests who organized various celebrations and prayers. So his experiences were described in the treaty Pestilens Guardian. The first part of this book showed natural medicines and methods of showing diagnosis, purification of clothes, houses, organizing pandemic cemeteries. In the other part, Guarignoni included some instructions to priests taking care of ill people, and showed various methods of being pious and of individual prayers. So he exceeded his medical competences, because he explained that it is necessary to have a complex approach to the epidemic, and he followed the advice of the Charles Borromeo. And he also said in this book that a prayer to Borromeo is one of the best methods, like divine remedies against the pandemic. So he promised to erect the church in the name of Borromeo, to show to the believers who is the intermediary to pray to God. And this church was located here in the meadows over the river, and in the years 1611-1612 it was the epidemic cemetery. So perhaps there was also an idea to replace this ominous significance of this place. So this church was erected in the years 1620, 1624. It was financed by Guarignoni, and actually he participated in its erection as a mason master. And he wanted the church to have a sophisticated form because he wanted to attract big numbers of believers so that they are pious and pray solemnly there. And you can see the layout of the church. You can see how many domes were there. So they actually alluded to Santa Giustina in Padova. So the elevation was adorned with adornments like that. So these were actually patterns from the Netherlands. So you can see that the architecture was very eclectic. You can also see the details, which were quite eclectic again. So basically, it was not actually done by fully professional builders, but it was simply treated as a visual remedy. And you could see also a copper plate engraving here from 1648, Artis Esculapie, and there was a legend added to that explaining the meaning of various details of its architecture. So the church was devoted to Borromeo, but there was a different ideological message. Namely, there were various details which were supposed to attract the pious people's attention and make them think about the Holy Trinity. So Borromeo was to be an intermediary between common people and God, because merciful God can end all cases of plague. I guess it was also a formal example for the cathedral erected in Vienna in the year 1716, 1737. So it was a way of expressing gratitude for the end of pestilence. It was designed by Johann Fischer von Erlach. It was located in Altwieden between the locations which were of special importance. So it was between a bigger Spital and the other hospital where people falling ill with the plague were treated. And nearby there was also an epidemic cemetery, so it seems that its structure that you can see in this place was to console passers-by and to remind them that the epidemic was overcome thanks to God's mercy, which happened thanks to various prayers. This belief was expressed by various scenes of pestilence presented by Lorenzo Mattielli in portico on the fronts of the church, and there is a kneeling Borromeo here in France, and he's praying to God to protect people in Vienna. Here you can see statuettes of angels with brazen snakes, and the snake is a symbol of trusting God, and the cross symbolizes the power of salvation, which is in the hands of God. In the Foundation Act, the emperor wrote that in this Church of God, in order to protect people from pestilence, they need to say Mass silently, and on every Thursday there should be a more ceremonial Mass, and on everyday basis the Rosary needed to be said and the Litany. So the solutions from Milan, Folders and Vienna rationalized the concept of using works of art as visual remedies against pestilence. In processions leading up to these churches till the end of the 17th century, they brought paintings, images, banners, and common people believed that these objects were miraculous in themselves. Even at the time of Enlightenment, spiritual leaders were not as zealous as Judah Ezekias, who wanted to destroy the brazen snake because he understood that this object became the object of cult. They were impressed by the symbolic power of the image of snake, which allowed Moses to control the scared crowds, because during the pestilence time, they also had to face the crowds which were so scared, so they needed symbols like brazen snake, even though the crowd very often believed them to be magical. Thank you, that's all from me.
I thank you so much for the presentation, which offers, in terms of natural and supernatural, some extra comments to the reality. And now we're moving on to this new concept, Krzysztof Loska, who is the head of the Department of Film at the Jagiellonian University at the Institute of Audiovisual Arts, and he will tell us about pandemic narrations in fiction films and series.
Dwóch cytatów, które pierwszy z nich autorstwa.
Let me start with two quotes. This first quote was used as the motto for the film by Volker Petersen, and the second one, the pollution zone, has been used for the series recently produced by Ridley Scott. Although catastrophe-related narrations seem overly exposed, creators like to resort to well-proven concepts and structures. They focus on contamination of the natural environment, pandemics, etc. And more than 50 years ago, Susan Sontag wrote that when watching the concepts for the catastrophe, we go through the fantasy of living through our death and the disaster of the entire humankind. And undoubtedly, that concept which narrates about the end of the humankind and end of the mankind is still popular in the popular culture. It woos and attracts. Olvi Rilio, in his The University of Disaster, he recalled what Mark Auger said, that everything happens as if the future could not be imagined otherwise than as a disaster that has become a natural ecosystem in which we live. So in my presentation, I would like to tell you about presentation of the pandemics in fiction films and series. Then let me talk about how the pandemics are showed by introduction of emergencies, martial laws, and other society disciplining methods. So many mention avoidance of responsibility by governments who ignore experts' pleas or warnings, and are also plot theories authored by the big pharma or military speculations. So the films are based on some concepts with scientific background and are largely used to present responses of the society to potential threats. These motives are nothing new because the cultural imagination for ages has been infected by the images of catastrophes. So they come from the sources of the European culture. So we have the Oedipus, King Oedipus poem, we have Iliad or Peloponnese, or Boccaccio mentioned that the plague, Decameron mentioned the plague by Boccaccio, Decameron by Boccaccio, or Arthur Mervyn by Charles Brockenden Brown. So there is this certain constant plot or development, expressive collective fear. So all begins with the outset of the pandemic or identification of the zero patient, so the path that the virus had to travel, infecting new persons. Then the scientists make the effort to understand this new disease, try to stop the threat and find a panacea. When the information about the pandemic spreads, panic erupts, people shop, do emergency shopping, flee their homes, and some social groups are stigmatized, in particular immigrants, because that's the foreign element that carries the pandemic and the virus. There are also fears against contacting potentially infected. So all is based on the presumption that the virus that comes from afar cannot be stopped. Microbiology and virusology, they were developing in parallel to cinematography, and this is why directors and actors and producers took so much interest in infectious diseases. There were many documentaries devoted to the hygiene and to prevention of infections and proper healthcare, including preparation to any viral and bacteria threats. If we look at the history of cinematography in terms of pandemics, well, the basic role first was played by the visibility and non-visibility. We have that hidden causing agent, which is still unseen by the human eye. So, for example, flood or tsunami, these are the disasters mentioned in the films, and very often producers have this visual presentation of epidemiological threats through many editing techniques. When considering variants of the pandemic narration, let me start with the film made in 1971 that is not going to be one of the films, foreign films that were screened in Poland in 1970s. The title of the film is The Plague by Roman Załuski, based on the documentary book by Ambroziewicz. So here the point of reference is the flu pandemic of Wrocław, and that flu did not spread only because the city of Wrocław was surrounded by a tight sanitary cordon, sanitary wall, and the crisis staff embarked on the vaccination mission. So here the military, together with doctors, introduced the quarantine, and all ended well. But in spite of preparation, the disease also took toll on not only on patients but also on the doctors. So here one of the leading topics is analyzing human attitudes and how individuals approach that crisis when all state-run institutions prove ineffective and helpless. Here we have the epidemiologist, Dr. Adam Rawicz. We can see him on the right. He identified the virus and he convinced the non-believers and initiated that chain of activity, and Dr. Wilkon was the head of the state sanitary inspection who ordered two Wrocław hospitals to be closed. And here patient zero concept was consciously omitted because that must have been a Polish intelligence person coming back from Asia from his mission. So we have this social context here covering the human behavior, and these films have certain iconographic elements and the standard scenery, scientific labs, hospitals, and military bases, and the classic narration is almost always the same. And this is the opening sequence of The Outbreak by Wolfgang Petersen, taking place in a village next to Motoba River. A special unit arrives there wearing a medical uniform. So more or less, this is what it looked like. Typically, in most cases, the source of such diseases are third world countries, Africa or Asia, that could be read or interpreted as a motive of revenge of these colonized countries. So, for example, one of viruses arrived with a batch of monkeys or apes from Angola. Then we had HIV outbreak in African countries in 1981. But then, if we look at the pandemic narrations, as some narrations on the revenge of the nature, we may consider that many of these could be way of defend against the threat that comes from a man. And then when analyzing variants of pandemic narrations, one may also recall a book by Richard Preston, based on the article by the same author. He wrote that emergence of viruses from tropical forests is probably the natural consequence of destroying the biosphere in such tropical forests. When viruses leave the ecosystem, they tend to spread in waves among the human populations. Tropical forests is a great reserve of wildlife on our planet. And these forests are also the biggest reservoirs of viruses that live in every life beings. And once they get out, they tend to spread in waves among the human population and represent, in a way, an echo of the biosphere, which is about to be extinct. In a certain way, the Earth prepares the immunological response against the humankind, begins to respond to the parasite. What could say that the immune system of the Earth recognized the human species and started to act? Perhaps, as Preston claims, the Earth does not want the humankind of 7 million people, and the nature wants to restore that system. And one would say that the immune system of the Earth recognized the humans and started to respond. And in the recently published in Poland book, David Paman was warning that the sequences of pandemics, of unknown, of diseases that have been unknown so far, represent unexpected, unintended consequence of two crises, medical and pathological. So modern means of transport facilitate transfer of people, and then microbes spread, and microbes deprived of their natural nutritionists, they have to find new feeders to survive. So the question is how to break this chain of transmission. I'm not a virusologist. So I'm wondering about the function of such narrations. What is the function of such presentations? Perhaps these films are a way of dealing with the uncertainty of life and giving sense to such some terrifying events. So the fear that comes with such invisible pathogens leads to visualizing the threat with a large multiplied, magnified microscopic images. In the pandemic of fear, that's contagion, nothing spreads like fear, contagion, well, by Soderbergh, we have all these current issues, so social distances, fears about the future, anti-vaccination movements, buying the most necessary food and materials, and the realistic presentation of possible pandemic development is related to the prevention and response described by Bren Masuliv. And that action is based on fear. So it is about creating and controlling our feelings. So if we feel a threat, if we feel a hazard, it's like self-fulfilling prophecy. When watching the film, we may control our fear because we are safely confined in a film theater. But if we approach contagion as a scenario, preparing people for managing emergencies, its importance is not in its prophetical dimension, but in working out some cultural tools to prepare for what may happen. And also to face the impeding wave of populism and spreading fake news through the mass media. And the latest phenomenon is the best illustrated by Alan Krumwied. He's a blogger who presents some alternative facts about the pandemics, and he infects minds of his audience who multiply his concept about this governmental plot and hiding an accessible drug. Alan blames Big Pharma for profiting from the pandemic. One of doctors says that Krumwied is even more dangerous than the pandemic because he presents the viral nature of human actions. Recording a film from a mobile multiplied and transferred becomes a viral. And here we have the motive of lack of reliable information about the vaccination, the strategy of prevention of viral spreading here, that is aggravated by the panic. And Frederick Jameson wrote that because of plot narrations, we have the concept of goal, of objective, of understanding the need of the motives and hidden sense of what we do. So this is like a counterbalance to the chaotic and unpredictable nature of our lives. The conspiracy narratives give us the impression of human casuality, of the purposefulness of certain actions that would otherwise be incomprehensible or meaningless. So therefore the protagonist repeats to trust experts. And another protagonist, a doctor, she advises everyone to wash hands, and another protagonist reminds about the need to keep the social distance. And virusologist requests to obey and comply with some hygiene requirements. We can see how these viruses arrive at the very heart of the control center. And here the key role is played by setting out spatial borders, separating the sick from the healthy. These could be physical barriers like walls, like in La Vala series, or perhaps like a military separation by the army, and then the quarantine is introduced, and all those who are within this contaminated zone, those infected, they are kept in lockdown. Well, not all these films explain the nature of the pandemic, but they may grasp their cultural and social consequences. So without stories that help to understand the sense of global catastrophes, the pandemic would be just an ordinary disease. So these narrations, they identify these social structures that remain hidden, like global links. If we approach a plague as a metaphor, that could be a method of identifying enemies and strangers as carriers of infectious diseases, an illustration of the community's fear of external threat. It could be also a reflection of other social fears related to changes occurring in the world. That could be globalization, migrations, and other phenomena. So finally, let me focus again on the main motives in pandemic narrations. Typically, there are a focus on identifying the causes, root cause of the pandemics. That could be an accident, like someone fleeing a lab or getting outside, or it could be an incidental contact with a pathogen. Secondly, it's about finding the scapegoat and stigmatizing the strangers, the foreign element, as those responsible for spreading the virus. The third motive is separating the healthy from the sick by introducing quarantine, often supervised by the military. The fourth thing is demonstration where showing ineffectiveness of authorities, of institutions, governmental authorities, or even putting the blame on such institutions. So these would be typically conspiracy strategies, and also presentation of ineffectiveness of actions taken by institutions, and then emphasizing the role of human relations, so separation of becoming close and bonding. And then finally, the sixth element is making the invisible visible by magnifying microscopic images. In such films, science and technology, they basically do not play their role. That could be read as a fear against technological progress. So the concept is to find a rapid solution of a problem by inventing a vaccination. So almost always they end with returning to reality and normality. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo i przechodzimy do ostatniego.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for the last paper. I think I don't need to present Professor Poprzęcka. She's going to talk about art and AIDS.
Szanowni Państwo, chciałam przede wszystkim bardzo podziękować za zaproszenie.
I would like to say thank you for inviting me to this conference, because I can feel that's a great honor for me to be a speaker here. Let me start from something very modest. This photo that you can see here shows a simple bottle with a red cap and a handwritten label DF1. We can see it in a vacuum, and the shadow does not help us to locate it spatially. It was a photo taken by Taryn Simon, American artist and photographer. It is a series of works entitled An American Index of the Hidden and Unfamiliar. It was shown for the first time at the Whitney Museum of American Art in 2007. By reaching out to inaccessible places and objects, Simon wanted to reveal to the public hidden, dangerous places of American life, which were unseen, and sometimes they were decisive for human destiny. Thanks to her, we can see the chamber for cryopreservation of corpses, venomous snake and a pastor trying to charm the serpent, the medical waste center, hymenoplasty cabinet, abstract paintings in the CIA headquarters. The little bottle contains HIV, human immunodeficiency virus. It was isolated in 1983. The HIV virus was used by the Harvard Medical School lab to work on the vaccine against the virus-induced disease AIDS. Salman Rushdie, in his introduction to the publication accompanying Taryn Simon exhibition, wrote that someone like him, who is a man of his word, in the face of such images, must admit that they are worth more than 1,000 words. As for HIV epidemic, millions of words have been written. Contemporary reflection on the HIV/AIDS phenomenon is born at the intersection of various languages, schools, scientific and artistic disciplines. There are great patrons like Michel Foucault, who died of AIDS, or Susan Sontag. So a single speech, it is not enough to characterize the global discourse on the epidemic. The epidemic, which broke out at the beginning of the 1980s, reached its peak in the next decade. Now, in the West, it seems to be suppressed to some extent, but it is not over. It has not been extinguished, especially in poor countries, especially in Central Africa. The AIDS discourse is of great interest to us because we can see attribution of meaning to a disease. This epidemic was treated as a biomedical problem, and a few years later it exploded as plenty of metaphors and symbols. The galloping multiplication of AIDS-related meanings and imagery concerned both medical approaches and social contexts. The description of a disease and describing it as infectious takes on a new meaning. The AIDS discourse has a place in pop culture. You can see the number of films, TV series, press publications. It is quite impressive and astonishing, writes Mateusz Schubart, who deals with the melodic discourse. The reason why the AIDS epidemic was so resonant in literature, drama, film is quite simple. In the West, the plague affected very strongly creative milieus and intellectual circles and the world of show business. So these were very often high-risk groups, or homosexual or drug addicts in these groups. For the purposes of this presentation, I was trying to find categories that would make it possible to summarize this topic of art versus AIDS. So that is why I'm trying to follow non-scientific concepts, emotions, which gave rise to these works of art. Strong emotions, surprise, fear, despair, grief, compassion, anger, anti-discrimination rebellion, warning, the need to commemorate the victims. Of course, these concepts have fluid boundaries. They overlap. Then actually they create a very complex net of references. But emotions and metaphors described by Susan Sontag are very significant to make the difference between AIDS and other diseases, which were treated like plagues, so collective misfortunes. The appearing of this new disease in 1981 fitted into ancient scenario of a plague, so something invasive from the outside, something exotic. Unstoppable spread of the disease was a huge blow to the notion that civilization and medical progress made it possible to eradicate major pestilences like smallpox, and that privileged areas like Europe or the United States were free from epidemics. This unexpected blow to this Eurocentric sense of security was buffered by pointing to the African black continent as the cradle of AIDS. There were also hypotheses that there was animal-related origin of the disease. So this exotization and animalization allowed to push away the fear, and it fueled stereotypical views of animality and sexual freedom of Africans. Fears provoked by AIDS are old, but AIDS status was different. It was a new disease. It was unexpected, so it adds to our horrors, wrote Susan Sontag in 1988. The existential fear of death was heightened by moral aggravation. There was also a religious dimension of divine punishment. There was also a discourse of guilt and punishment. In this case, AIDS was supposed to be a punishment for sexual promiscuity and perversion. The epidemic, at least at the beginning, triggered a cultural war. In the US, it was especially intense when the Republicans were in power, Reagan and Bush, and quickly it became a metaphor and a tool for ostracism and political invective. From a religious and secular side, the epidemic fostered xenophobic propaganda, pointing to strangers, others, scariest of the plague. So these were non-heteronormative people. When the mysterious disease was recognized, at the very beginnings, it was named gay syndrome, but then further studies pointed to other sources of infection, like blood transfusion, dirty syringes, pregnancy, perinatal infection, or heterosexual sex. Terminal ill patients and their relatives facing inevitable death also faced moral or religious rejection or even condemnation, a reaction that appeared in art quite soon was a necessity to give them some dignity, to restore their humanity. And they wanted to give transcendent dimension to death. In the first years of the pandemic, there was a desire to find forms, ceremonies, rituals to remove the sinful stigma from the sick and the dead. When the value of our lives and our dear dead is often denied in the public sphere, our mourning should become public and involve public institutions. The epidemic demands a public art that adequately commemorates and honors our dead. It was a quotation from a New York publisher. Contrary to popular beliefs, that death has been banished from contemporary culture. The AIDS epidemic has become a great memento mori, both privately and publicly. Dying, which is usually in modern times hidden in hospitals and hospices, here was restored to ars moriendi status. People who accompanied the sick wrote private reports on their passing away, documented the progress of their illness. There were moving testimonies of compassion and mercy. Friends and partners, more often than family members, sometimes already infected, were involved. There were funeral ceremonies, texts of obituaries, eulogies, visual musical settings. The designers of these ceremonies were often the dying patients themselves. There were last farewells, funeral ceremonies, ritualized mournings, nightly candlelight vigils, processions of thousands of people. So these were not church funeral ceremonies. There was a need for a secular ritual. genuinely reflecting the pain of the loss of their loved ones. Mourning rituals, thanks to TV, gained thousands of viewers. It was a fight for gay visibility and destigmatization of the disease. In the conservative America, AIDS deaths were shameful for a long time, and funeral parlors refused to serve because they also had epidemic fears, among others. Then it was considered to be sensational because it reversed the order and the belief that the old should die. So film stars died like Rock Hudson, Anthony Perkins, showmen like Liberace, scandalous artist Robert Mapplethorpe, artist activist Keith Haring, ballet stars Robert Nureyev, beautiful women Ofra Haza, top model Gia Karanji. There is a film about her with Angelina Jolie starring in the main role. The process of mythification and tabloidization are best illustrated by circumstances of the death of Freddie Mercury from the Queen. He died almost on the eve of the invention of the first AIDS drug, which was very important in propaganda terms, and his last video, a dramatic studio recording of the song "These Were the Days of Our Lives." And the extreme devastation of the disease was not even hidden under the thick makeup. It was the image of artists saying goodbye to fans and life. So later on, he was actually idealized. So in this recording, there was even like a martyr's light halo above his head. So the AIDS epidemic became a powerful stimulus for consolidation and self-help of LGBT community because they have created a powerful support for the sick. In the last years of the 80s, the 1980s, where there were so many deaths that it was impossible to keep up with the mourning as the emotions were evoked. Not only pain and mourning, also anger and a will to fight against the stigma. Art is not enough, we have to act. Paradoxically, it gave rise to artistic activism, very offensive in big agglomerations like New York, Chicago, Boston, and San Francisco. The action was inaugurated by the American Foundation for AIDS Research, with Liz Taylor here in the photo. And this foundation was extremely active in recent years as well, working very dynamically to combat COVID-19. And it commissioned AIDS-related works from artists for public spaces. Introduction of AIDS problem into the public space was to indicate the universal nature of the epidemic crisis, not limited to homosexual communities. The project On the Road, Art Against AIDS, carried out in San Francisco in the spring of 1989, gave rise to slogans repeated so many times, like "All people with AIDS are innocent" by John Lindell, "Anti-government," "Fund healthcare, not warfare" by Barbara Kruger, or Keith Haring's lapidary posters. Life-saving art. That's how artists understood their work. The best street art produced in response to AIDS, it was the work of activist lobby AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power. In short, ACT UP. The coalition was formed to oppose the ignorance of authorities, disregarding the extent of the epidemic, the stigmatization of the ill, and inaccessibility of medical care. During a street demonstration in New York in 1987, there was a logo which was adopted. It was a very memorable visual symbol of fighting against AIDS by Keith Haring, a pink triangle, black background, very clear reference for us. So stigmatizing symbol of homosexual prisoners of concentration camps. ACT UP's design was silence equals death, which stigmatized the silence around the epidemic as a deadly threat, widely circulated. It was coined during AIDSgate demonstration outside the White House in 1987. It was 6 years since the beginning of the epidemic, and it gave rise to the first speech of President Reagan about that. So protests directly hit President Reagan. There was a poster, "He kills me," widely distributed outside of the USA, and it even became a wallpaper. The most politically radical speeches were given by an informal group of professional designers called Grand Fury. They are graphically perfect, eye-catching works, invaded spaces previously controlled by partisan urban graffiti, underground stations, train cars, buses, mailboxes, newspaper kiosks, benches, lampposts. The idea was to reach with this message to the widest possible groups of public opinion. In 1990, they provoked a loud scandal at the Venice Biennale with an installation which accused the Catholic Church and personally Pope John Paul II, who banned the use of condoms. And in Africa, it was the only protection against infection. The work was censored, but the event became a success, the scandal. So Grand Fury was commissioned for projects in spaces and on commercial surfaces. A bus banner in the style of Benetton's "Kissing doesn't kill, greed and indifference do" shows what methods they used, how they used the language of consumer advertising for political agendas, or medical agendas in this case. And also this bus was censored. Art against AIDS. It had a public and propaganda dimension, but there was more than that. There was a different context, a different situation of art presented in exhibitions, in professional art galleries, and this context was different. Street art projects, especially by well-known artists like Barbara Kruger or Keith Haring, appeared in parallel in galleries and as street art. But the shock of unexpected impact of the epidemic, escalation of deaths that gave gravity to life, inclines to make arts which would be full of existential and eschatological reflection. Seemingly shocking photographs by Andres Serrano were simple but powerful, showing the fatal contradiction at the root of the disease, lethal and fearsome, but on the other hand connected with the essence of life, physiological fluids, blood, ejaculating semen, and the infected combination. Taryn Simon's photograph, shown at the beginning of my presentation, showed a similar source of evil, the HIV virus closed in a lab glass. Among the most poignant testimonies are the ones by artists saying goodbye to life. They were losing sight as a result of illness, like Derek Jarman, and towards the end he could see only blue. And we can see only blue in his last film. Don't forget to remember. It was one of the most common slogans. The need to commemorate the dead arose with the epidemic and has not stopped till this day. The great memorial to AIDS victim became the AIDS Memorial Killed. It was started spontaneously in San Francisco in 1985 as part of the Names Project. It was supposed to commemorate every AIDS victim. And then it took a form of something with long roots in American tradition, a patchwork stitched together from differently colored scraps of fabric. Each deceased person is commemorated with an individual patchwork handmade by their loved ones. There is embroidering, pasting, painting. There are simple contents, names, surnames of the deceased, words of longing, declarations of love, photographs, mementos, flowers, ornaments. Even the most hated politicians was placed there. Roy Cohn, like the anti-protagonist of Tony Kushner's well-known play Angels in America. It is now on stages in Polish theaters as well. The Kilt was presented for the first time on the National Mall in Washington in 1987 during the March against Washington of LGBT groups. Then it included around 2,000 names. Then it started its tour over the US and Canada. It is still enlarged, added to, and now we can be talking about tens of thousands of names to demonstrate the change in power. Huge sheets of the kilt were carried during the ritual of the sworn-in ceremony for President Bill Clinton in 1996. You could see the kilt covered the entire National Hall. Then it was displayed on several occasions to raise funds. As of 2020, the kilt has returned to San Francisco. It was considered the largest work of art, spontaneous art. It is now in National AIDS Memorial. At the moment, it weighs 54 tons. It is fully digitalized, available online. It could be said it is a perfect embodiment of the idea of a democratic society created from a grassroots initiative stitched together from hundreds of thousands of individual commemorations. It creates a large monumental entirety. When we see it from a mythical perspective, we can see that the image of AIDS is medicalized contemporary incarnation of eternal intertwining of Eros and Thanatos, love and death, stripped of its mythological costume and relegated to hospital rooms, hospices and morgues. From an axiological perspective, the art confronted with it is special, is unique. Maybe because the AIDS epidemic was so cruel and merciless, it was a merciless memento mori. The art grew out not out of fear of death, but out of compassion, piety, and pity and solidarity and mercy. Its scandalous, offensive forms and means of expression brought to the art of the 20th century these values that it often lacked. That's all from me. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Proszę Państwa.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have few minutes set aside for discussion. So I strongly suggest that, I would like to invite our speakers to come up to the table here. My co-worker and a participant, she decided to help us here and offer the mic. So, two speakers. Questions? Well, so I have the first question that goes to Krzysztof. Well, over to you. Janusz Limo. I'm from the medical department of faculty of this academy. So that was this visualization of protection against the plague. Did it exist in ancient Greeks and Romans? Because you professors started with the 13th century. Anything before that? As a matter of fact, I know nothing about it. And our information, or at least my information about ancient pandemics, is modest, if not very little. There was this pandemic in Athens in the 5th century. There is this Thukydides' report of half a page, and this is it really. So it seems that there is no clear or obvious information. It seems that there were some concepts that could cure people. Undoubtedly, in the past, there was this copper snake I think I mentioned, well, jokingly, but the very history of a copper snake is very complex and it's connected with pagan cults. It's a great literature, and I think it would be possible to express it in a different way. The issue in analyzing pandemics is that, and this is not only my conviction, but this is deeply rooted in the literature, that we have very little sources until the plague, at least in Byzantium. In Palestine, it's okay, but in the West, there is very little reports of that. So I cannot really answer this question, not really. So my question goes to Krzysztof. Shouldn't we be using that category of catharsis in this case? Is that fit for reinterpretation? Or you mean in the context of the ancient tragedy, what purging by fear, purification by fear? Well, I'm wondering, but like in the theatrical concept, that was used in the ancient settings, and to what extent would that apply to the catastrophic films? Well, these films represent a certain genre with a different function. It's not about catharsis. It's about feeling that contained anxiety. It's about deriving pleasure from fear. And also the didactic function. We have that continuous function of that constant warning and addressing the potential behavior. So we had that motive of fear. I didn't think about it in that context. So I cannot really answer this question just like that, to what extent this category makes sense when referred to that entire concept of the pandemic cinema. Well, obviously, this is something which is well described, but I do not remember any particular remarks about it. Any more contributions? Thank you. Barbara Sasin from the Neo-Philological Commission. Well, I come from French and studies. So let me introduce myself. I work for the French Romanesque philology. We were listening to this beautiful presentation by Professor Loska, and we had that dramatic proposal. I think that the list of literary works would be incomplete without Camus' work, The Plague, The Pest. This is excellent piece of literary work. And let me observe that this is not about descriptions of attitudes. This is about the individuals there. It's about the protagonists, excellent people, but about the journalists and about this Catholic priest. It's about this internal collaboration that they had. It's about the understanding. So I'm not going to analyze it, but it's about the literary work devoted to Plague. I think it was the right way to talk about it. And then we have this Polish curse word, cholera. And it literally means the plug, and in French, the French say pest. Pest, it's a very negative name, so do not try and use our concept here. This is all I wanted to mention. So, Professor, thank you very much for reminding us about this book. I was about to mention that in the context of the Polish film which I described. So the Polish director Andrzej Wajda, he was planning on filming that documentary coverage of the plague, and he wanted to connect the book, the Camus book, with this with the sequence of events that took place in Wrocław, but he didn't do it eventually. Obviously, I couldn't mention that because of lack of time, but that would be very interesting to analyze it, to show the outcome of that, because Wajda, the film director, he was thinking about combining that work by Camus and the other coverage, the documentary coverage. So that is the closing of the book. Camus wrote that. He wrote in the last sentence that he knew that the bug of the plague will never die. He knew that it would never die, and there were rats in the streets carrying the bug. So he knew that one had to do what one had to do when one is a doctor.
Głosy.
Thank you. Anyone? If there are no other contributions, I would like to thank the speakers, presenters in this last session, and I would like to ask Mr. Jerzy Ostrowski, Professor Ostrowski, the president of the Academy, to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have spent the 3 days of the scientific conference celebrating our jubilee. We've had a lovely weather. On the other hand, we may say we spent 3 beautiful days indoors, but well, we had impressive attendance. We know that in the plenary session in Auditorium Maximum, we had more than 700 people. We did not expect such a great result. On YouTube, we had more than 500 participants, online participants. So it was almost like 1,300, almost 400 people listening to the content of our conference, to lectures, to presentations and debates. I don't know about the second and the third day because I have only the data for the first day. So I have to say that organizing a conference, a meeting for such a large number of people, and then various organizational activities around this event, well, it is never a simple task, especially because we have had a very limited number of people, in the personnel of the Polish Academy of Arts and Sciences. So we did whatever we could. I hope you haven't noticed any failures, any problems. So let me just say thank you to all our employees, headed by Katarzyna Dzięgło. I wanted to say thank you to all the organizers.
Dziękuję także.
Many thanks to our volunteers who have done a lot of good work. There were 2 of my grandsons who were also volunteers. They were very proud to participate. Many thanks to Stanisław Kłys for preparing a great concert 2 days ago. And obviously, Many thanks to the artists who performed. Within the plenary session, panel meetings, we had many speeches, presentations, lectures pertaining to a wide range of topics connected with the contemporary world. I was listening very attentively, but, well, I don't think I can say I can comment on all the issues. I'm not as proud as that. No, I can't comment on all these topics, but I believe that the conference fulfilled its main goals. So let me make a certain overview. We've heard a brilliant analysis of the condition of world politics. A lecture by Professor Garton Ash was exceptional. But we also listened binding statements. You are safe here. Binding statement from our guests. So that is why we wanted to invite His Excellency Ambassador Mark Brzeziński. Then let me move on to the panels. We talked about threats for the natural environment and suggestions how to stop the degradation of the natural environment. There were also panels on achievements of medicine and IT sciences, so we could learn about various processes based on scientific evidence, scientific studies. And they gave us hope for improving the quality of our lives and prolonging our lives. So on the one hand, we have quite a dark scenario with certain recommendations, however, how we should depart from the crisis. Then, on the other hand, there are new opportunities mentioned. And actually, there are more and more positive and optimistic news every month, more and more opportunities every month. The panel about culture gave us a very interesting interpretation and interesting keys to understand and to come up with an exegesis of the trauma that we have undergone. I mean, like all of us. So that is quite clear that we couldn't talk about everything. As for my personal perspective, I have to say I regret that we didn't have a panel on economics and on immense problems connected with growing diversity and differences between various global regions in economic terms and from other perspectives. Some of people here know why it hasn't happened and why we haven't had such a panel. But well, if you want to know, we need to have a private conversation about that. But for organizational reasons, we could not focus more on culture. Let me just say that I think that people specializing in humanities are more interested in sciences, in technological and natural scientific topics than the other way around, than scientists from sciences and IT sciences in humanities and arts. I'm not complaining, I'm not criticizing, it is a mere observation. Let me repeat once again. I don't think I can summarize the entire conference. Let me just say that we have had a diagnosis and suggestions how to solve our problems. The solutions may be shaped only on the basis of the science, on the basis of scientific research. And I would say that presenting these ways out of a crisis and disseminating knowledge, disseminating scientific facts and opinions in the society, it is not an easy task, but it is the main task of the Polish Academy. So I would like to say that we've tried to do that within the last 3 days, and I hope we've been successful. So if our conference has met your expectations, and if it has fulfilled this task, it should be a source of satisfaction to all of us. Many thanks for your donations for the Polish Scientific Association in Żytomir. Let me tell you a few words about that. So, last week we received a letter from the president of the Scientific Association that had existed actually for many years. So it is Professor Sergiusz Rudnicki, and he wrote a moving letter. Quote, "We have 65 members as the association. 45 of them, for various reasons, are doing more or less fine. As for 20 people, they are in a very difficult situation, and we would like to ask you for support to our 20 members." I would say it was said very honestly, frankly, straightforwardly, and I don't think we can ignore it. So your donations and cash will be calculated very scrupulously, and will announce what was the result of this fundraise. And you will be able to see what was the total amount of cash. Vivat Academia! Thank you. I'd like to invite you to the jubilee of 200th anniversary of the Polish Academy in 50 years. Thank you very much indeed.
W małej auli czeka na nas zasłużony.
And there are some refreshments in the other room. Thank you.
Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby spełnić swoje największe marzenie. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zbudować coś wielkiego. Trzeba zrobić pierwszy krok, aby zrewolucjonizować swoją firmę.